One more minute.
Go.
We'll call a special meeting for December 3rd, the Planning Commission to order. We start with roll call, please.
Mr. Caparelli?
Here.
Mr. Cox?
Here.
Mr. Crompton?
Here.
Mr. Dillon?
Here.
Ms. Fide? Here. Mr. Perez?
Here.
Mr. Roosnellis?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we'll have Attorney Chris Regis go over the procedures for this evening.
Good evening, everyone. We'll start the meeting with the staff report, and since there's only one agenda item, we'll go straight to the public hearing. During the public hearing, the petitioner will be allowed to present evidence first. The commissioners may ask questions of the petitioner. We will then open the meeting up to interested parties who wish to participate. Interested parties will be allowed to ask questions and will be given a reasonable amount of time to present their evidence. Remember, the issues at this hearing are the zoning and proposed use of the subject properties that we're going to hear about from the petitioner. Once we get into questioning and witnesses from interested parties, repetitive evidence and questioning is discouraged. The chair may limit irrelevant and repetitive evidence and/or questioning. Each witness will be given a reasonable amount of time to present their evidence and ask relevant questions. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, the applicants in this matter, Eastgate Logistics Park Chicago, LLC, they are the contract purchaser and developer. Property owners, EGLPC Light 170 LLC, New Horizon Farms LLC, VAB Farms LLC, EGLPC Brown Property LLC, EGLPC Lori Steffes 40 LLC, Robert E. Steffes Family Partnership LP, Gene Williams Living Trust, Bernard Regal Jr., Donald Walden Jr., and the Carol Walden Irrevocable Trust, which is dated October 25th, 2019. Requested action: approval of zoning reclassifications as set forth in a proposed annexation and development agreement. The purpose is to allow a future industrial park. Existing zoning R1B, and that's City of Joliet single-family residential, R4 City of Joliet multifamily residential, and A1 unincorporated Will County agricultural. The proposed zoning is I1 City of Joliet light industrial. Location south side of Breen Road, a half-mile east of Rowell, and generally a half-mile south of Breen and east of Chicago Road. The size is approximately 1,360 acres in total. Existing land use is agricultural. Surrounding land use and zoning to the north is undeveloped and agricultural, unincorporated Will County. To the south is agricultural, unincorporated Will County. To the east is residential and agricultural, R4 and unincorporated Will County. To the west is agricultural, unincorporated Will County. Under site history, a development agreement and the reclassification of 103 acres located on the south side of Breen Road, a half-mile east of Rowell Avenue, was approved from R1B single-family residential and R4 multifamily residential zoning to I1 light industrial zoning by the mayor and city council at their meeting in November of 2019. Because the developer did not acquire the property within the 180 days of ordinance passage, the development agreement became void and the property remained residential zoning. A pre-annexation agreement was approved by the mayor and city council in April 2020 for 1,260 acres, generally located 1/2 mile south of Breen Road and east of Chicago Road. Subsequent judicial direction required reproduction of the process. Under special information, the petitioner is requesting approval of a zoning reclassification and as required for city council to be entered into an annexation and development agreement near the intersection of West Manhattan Road and South Rowell Road. As part of the request, 103 acres within the Joliet city limits are proposed to be reclassified from R1B and R4 to I1 zoning, and the remaining 1,257 acres in unincorporated Will County are proposed to be reclassified from unincorporated Will County agricultural to City of Joliet I1 zoning. The annexation and development agreement and zoning reclassifications would establish conditions for approval of the annexations, future zoning reclassifications, and development of the property with a future industrial park. The properties in question are either owned or under contract by the petitioner to purchase. The former boundary agreement within the village of Elwood expired in December 2019 and has not been reestablished. The 103-acre property near the northwest intersection of West Spangler Road and South Ridge Road is the subject site of the zoning reclassification, and that parcel provides the contiguous annexation path to the 1,257 unincorporated acres. An existing Federal Aviation Administration facility at 25513 South Rouse Road is shown as the likely path of continued contiguity near this area, but it is not part of these requests. It would likely be submitted as a separate annexation, zoning classification, and annexation agreement. This future request would require Plan Commission and the City Council approval. A draft conceptual site plan is attached as a general depiction of the potential development of the property. The approval of the draft conceptual site plan is not intended to and does not constitute a variance, waiver, or modification of any zoning, subdivision, water, or sanitary sewer, and land use or construction requirement of the city. Similarly, the draft conceptual site plan does not impair or restrict the property or development rights of the owner. The proposed annexation and development agreement has been submitted by the petitioner and has been reviewed and accepted by the administration. The proposed agreement is attached hereto. Some details of the proposed agreement include the following. 1, development of the site as a multi-phased light industrial business park. 2, future annexation and zoning classification. Annexation of property to be incorporated within the City of Joliet corporate limits. Property to be zoned I1 light industrial. Logical properties of future annexations to be included in the existing agreement. Number 3, granting of a special use permit to allow development of a freight terminal on no more than 40 acres. And this would be located generally west of Rowell Road and south of Brown Road. 4, truck parking variation, trailer and wheeled container parking not to exceed 1 parking space per 1,500 square feet of building floor area. 5, landscaping. The owner shall comply with the landscape requirements established by the city at the time the property is developed. Such requirements being currently set forth in section 47-15E of the zoning ordinance. Number 6, residential buffer and use conditions. A 60-foot wide berm adjacent to existing residential properties to include landscape material as is required by the city's landscape ordinance. Objectionable use restriction to be enforced adjacent to residential uses. Number 7, development as per city subdivision regulations. The petitioner agrees that development of the property depicted in the attached draft conceptual site plan shall be accomplished as per city subdivision regulations. Number 8, exterior lighting. Exterior lighting to be mounted parallel to the ground and perpendicular to the wall or poles and not tipped up or mounted higher than 30 to 35 feet. Exterior fixtures shall be cut off luminaries as recommended by dark sky or green globe guidelines to minimize glare while reducing light trespass and sky glow. Number 9, public works. Development shall construct a bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad and Illinois Route 53 in the location of Walter Strawn Drive and Ira Morgan Street, including all necessary improvements and modifications to provide safe and restricted access for tractor-trailer traffic to and from the property without allowing any use of Illinois Route 53 by such tractor-trailers. If approvals necessary to construct the bridge are not secured in a reasonable time frame, the parties shall mutually agree to an alternate location for tractor-trailer traffic to access the property. Any mutually agreed upon location would require a bridge over Illinois Route 53 in order to provide safe and restricted access for tractor-trailer traffic to the property without allowing any use of Illinois Route 53 by such tractor-trailers. Building permits shall not be approved by the city until such mutually agreed upon access is under construction. The city will cooperate with such construction as reasonably required, including changes to the initial minimum road construction and improvements without requiring an amendment to this agreement. A closed-loop truck network will be the sole method for egress and egress to and from the property by tractor-trailers. All public roads within the park shall be constructed to full widths. A traffic impact study will be required prior to subdivision approval and will need to be updated at least every 3 million square feet of build-out, approximately every 3 years, unless otherwise required sooner by Public Works. Traffic signal locations will be determined by the traffic impact study. Mississippi Avenue, Chicago Road to Rowell Avenue, 100-foot right-of-way dedication with 3 12-foot lanes, B612 curb and gutter, storm sewer and urban parkways, no open ditches allowed, 30-foot high ComEd streetlights designed for 100,000-pound trucks constructed with Portland cement contract. Rowell Avenue, a half-mile south of Mississippi, Manhattan, 100-foot right-of-way dedication with 3 12-foot lanes, B612 curb and gutter, storm, sewer, and urban parkways, again, no open ditch, 30-foot high ComEd streetlights designed for 100,000-pound trucks constructed with Portland cement concrete. Brown Road, half-mile east of Chicago Road and a half-mile east of Rowell Avenue, 100-foot right-of-way dedication with 3 12-foot lanes, B612 curb and gutter, storm sewer and urban parkways, no open ditch, 30-foot high ComEd streetlights designed for 100,000-pound trucks constructed with Portland cement concrete. Private roads, 3 12-foot lanes, B612 curb and gutter, storm, sewer, and urban parkways, no open ditch, 30-foot high ComEd streetlights, Portland cement concrete or bituminous asphalt pavement. Public utility drainage and ingress-egress easements will be required. Public utilities donation. Developers shall dedicate a total of 20 acres of land to the city, divisible into separate parcels at mutually agreeable locations for future water treatment plant and well, water storage tank, wastewater treatment plant, and lift stations. No future use restrictions shall be placed on the dedicated parcels. Public safety donation. Developers shall dedicate a total of 15 acres of land in funding for construction of a combined training facility for the Joliet Fire and Police Departments and the possible relocation of a fire station. Under miscellaneous, additional conditions of interest within the agreement will include building design standards, learning and career center, traffic impact study, exterior meet and eat areas, exterior stairs, on-site pavement, paths and sidewalks, electric vehicle charging stations, equipment screening, fencing, naturalized storm detention facilities, signage, project labor agreement, and affirmative action and local labor clause, support of enterprise zone and foreign trade zone inclusion, community enhancement contributions, nature corridors and greenways, and a community benefit committee. All public improvements and assurances will be required as part of any future development. City water and sewer isn't available at the site, and the developer will have to construct new facilities to service the site and connect to the city's water and sewer system. Sewer and water connection fees, development impact fees, and fire and library district disconnect fees will be required. As part of the proposed agreement, the developer would pay an initial community enhancement contribution fee of $5 million and an additional 33 cents per square feet of building constructed at the time of building permit. The total community enhancement contribution, including the initial community enhancement contribution, shall not exceed $6,620,000. The city shall have sole discretion as to the use of these funds, as long as the purpose is restricted to projects deemed to have a community benefit to Joliet. The developer has submitted a copy of the Will County Friendly Freight Mobility Study and believe they have met the requirements of the survey. The petitioner has conducted neighborhood meetings for this proposal on February 18th and 19th at the VFW Stone City Post Facility. And that concludes the staff report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kendall. That was a long report. That February 18th, 19th, that was for this year?
That was this past year, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have the petitioner on hand?
Yes, we do.
And may I remind the commissioner that each witness must be sworn in
Sworn in,
individually and
yep.
offer testimony under oath.
Yep. I was just about to say that. Thank you so much, Regis. Petitioner's on the phone, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to get them on the phone as well as a Teams.
There are 3 here in person and 3 on the
Okay.
remotely as well.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Raise your right hand and get to swear everybody in now. So if you just raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Your name, please?
Tom George.
Okay, do you have something you'd like to add to this?
Yes, I think your gentleman is trying to get the slideshow up.
Okay.
If it's up for you, we can go ahead and start. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, first of all, my name's Tom George with North Point, and I want to thank the commission for meeting on this special meeting. We do greatly appreciate it. We know it's a burden, and everything you do, we know is donating of your time. So we greatly appreciate it. I want to thank the staff who's done a fantastic job of preparing everything for this meeting. Especially want to thank Kendall on behalf of all the developers who have come across his path. I know these are his final days, and Kendall has just been a treasure for the city and for the developers. He does a great job. So congratulations on a wonderful career, Kendall.
Thank you.
So tonight we're before you to explain why we would like to see additional land zoned I-1. 103 acres that exist as residential in the city to be rezoned as I-1, and up to an additional 1,257 acres that is not in the city, but as it is brought in to be zoned I-1 light industrial. Next slide, please. Next slide. And maybe one more. Oh, there you go, you're there. Okay, so the main reason for the need are the 2 existing intermodals. As we know, in around 2000, the Village of Elwood entitled the development of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Intermodal and a business park to go with it. And then around 2007, the City of Joliet entitled the UP Railroad Intermodal. Starting at the beginning, back in 2000, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe embarked on a $20 billion capital expenditure to turn the Southern Transcon into rails superhighway. Double track, double stack, all the way from the Port of LA Long Beach directly to Will County. That project is almost completely done now, and at any point in time, up to 300 trains are on that track, typically traveling about 70 miles an hour from the Port of LA Long Beach directly to Will County to the center of the country. So this is the end of a pipeline that starts in the Far East. It's a water transport from the Far East to the nearest port in the United States, LA Long Beach. And from there, containers are offloaded and put on the Southern Transcon and sent directly here. As we know, the logistics has grown to be a huge focus in our country, definitely in the last 6 months. And we see the container traffic just continuing to grow. And so we need to be able to meet that demand. Next slide, please. So the first intermodal here, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe and Elwood, was the original end of that superhighway. Next slide, please. And now the final end is the Union Pacific in Joliet. And again, these two facilities right now are running somewhere around 1.7 million lifts. Their short-term goal is to have them around 3 million lifts. So as containers come, they bring product, and there's a need to be able to store that product and distribute that product. Next slide, please. So, as you know, this project has had community feedback unlike any other, certainly any that I've ever been involved in. Countless meetings with all kinds of organizations, an active partnership with the local trade unions, a traffic study that has been vetted like none other, and has produced something that everybody can be very proud of. As Kendall mentioned, incorporation of the Will County Community-Friendly Freight Mobility Study. All 50 aspects of that study were evaluated and made sure that we could meet every single one of those. And unprecedented public input, which again, we will have more of tonight. Next slide, please. So what makes Compass Business Park unique, other than all those things we've already talked about, is it starts with one goal, and that goal is to get trucks off of 53, to get them off of local roads, to keep them on the expressway and otherwise dedicated truck roads so that they're not using the Route 53 interchange at 80, they're not choking traffic near the VFW or near Laraway or any of those areas. That is the goal. That has been the goal from day one. In addition to that, along the way, we hope to create up to 1,600 construction jobs on a regular basis, over 4,500 permanent jobs to generate around $17 million annually in property taxes, to create a quality environment for employees and for nature, and to set a new standard for industrial business park operations and community involvement. Next slide, please. So we have a landmark labor agreement that guarantees union trades will build and maintain the park. That is something that has never been done as far as we know in this area, to make sure that union trades will also maintain the park on an ongoing basis, buildings and park. We've got a community benefit committee, which I think is unique also, to make sure the residents of Joliet directly benefit from the park. There will be no TIF and no taxpayer funding of the park infrastructure, regardless of whether that infrastructure is public or private, on-site or off-site. And we have an agreement that codifies increases rather than decreases to the city's development standards. Next slide, please. We hopefully will also create more opportunity for sales tax generators and for manufacturers to locate in the city of Joliet. We plan to build a park that will welcome all types of uses, very high quality environment that manufacturers and all types will be very comfortable in. We plan to restore direct access for farmers to the intermodals. The fact that pipeline starts in the Far East and ends in Will County also means that the reverse pipeline starts in Will County and ends in the Far East. And for sure, our farmers benefit from that tremendously. There's been a huge uptick in Chinese grain purchases, and it's caused an uptick in prices, all great news. And our farmers being so close to the beginning of the reverse pipeline is a huge benefit. We want to restore that direct access for them to be able to sell their grain to the intermodal without having to go around. Next slide, please. This is my last comment. Just want you to know the Community Benefit Committee is up and running. Thanks for the participation of Councilman Morris. On August 5th, we held an event for local suppliers and subcontractors. We held multiple meetings with minority contractors. We have held multiple meetings with union VAs to discuss diversity in our on-site workforce. And those have been very good, very productive. We also held our first drive-through food pantry with the Northern Illinois Food Bank. We did it on October 2nd. And just want to put a plug in, we have a food drive this Saturday at Glory International Harvest Church, 28 4th Avenue in Joliet. It starts at 9 a.m. So please let anybody know who would like to come by and get some groceries, that we will be there. Next slide, please. So thank you again. I will now introduce Bill Bone. Bill is the president of Jacob and Hefner Engineering, and Bill has been involved in this project from day one on all aspects of engineering. Thank you, Bill, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Good afternoon. My name is William Bone with Jacob and Hefner Associates. Office is at 1333 Butterfield Road in Downers Grove, Illinois. I'm going to have some brief remarks to talk about a handful of engineering-related items about the project. First being a key component of water and wastewater.
Before you get even further, swear you in, please
Sure.
raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. So water and wastewater. The development team has been working hand in hand with the city of Joliet's engineering department for the last 6 to 8 months on a comprehensive water and wastewater study to understand the existing conditions of the water and wastewater system in the area and what proposed improvements would need to take place to support a development of this nature. The study's in draft form right now. It is not complete, but the enhancements, there will be several enhancements to the water supply system and the wastewater collection and treatment system. One key component of the plan, it highlights the need for an elevated water storage tank, which will increase the reliability and the quality of the potable water in that area of Joliet. It's important to note, as far as impact goes, that industrial development is the lowest water user compared to all other development types. For instance, industrial development uses just 18% of the amount of water per acre that a multifamily development uses. Next topic is stormwater. The development will meet or exceed all federal, state, county, and city stormwater management requirements. This includes a significant reduction in peak runoff rate due to the installation of regional stormwater detention facilities throughout the business park. What that means is there will be no more flooding in the area. Another key factor of our stormwater plan is we will map out and accommodate all existing agricultural drain tiles and incorporate them into our stormwater management plan. The last topic I want to speak about is sustainability. If you could hit the next slide, please. How does CBP-JOLIET consider the environment? We will use dark sky compliant lighting throughout the business park. There will be electric car chargers on every building. 100% of all the detention will be naturalized. What that means, it'll be planted with native landscaping, which does a handful of benefits for the city and for the watershed. First being it promotes infiltration into the ground of the stormwater runoff. Second, it promotes evaporation of water that's sitting in the basin up into the atmosphere. It also creates habitat. And last but not least, it filters the stormwater before it releases to the adjacent waterways. We are not asking for any variances to any Joliet landscape requirements. We are proposing a increased landscape plan versus other developments of this type. 8,000 plus trees planted on roads alone throughout the business park. And last but not least, we have 2 large preservation or conservation areas that we are proposing. One along Jackson Creek. We've got kind of a sketch there of a walking trail and some amenities along the that open space, and then another very large open area, preservation conservation area at the very northeast corner of the business park. All in all, if you add the 2 areas up, it's around 85 acres of total preservation area just in those 2 areas alone. That concludes my presentation on the engineering aspects of the project. Next slide, please. Go ahead, one more. I'll turn it over to Tim Sjogren with Kinley Horn Engineering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Tim Sjogren. I'm a professional traffic engineer with Kinley Horn.
Tim,
Our firm has been
before you get started, Tim, swear you in, please.
I apologize.
You swear to tell the whole truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Next slide, please. Our role in the project has involved the preparation of a traffic impact study. This is a document designed to review and analyze the impacts of the project's specific traffic on the surrounding roadway network. In this case, and something that I've done on hundreds of prior projects, our team started by looking at existing conditions. In this case, we performed counts on over 40 area intersections. We then reviewed the development's traffic, both car and truck, to better understand how it would impact roadways and intersections within the park, as well as these external locations. We identified improvements that needed to be made to both internal and external traffic signals, additional turn lanes, increased pavement width and shoulders, those types of things, all part of the improvements that we identified. These improvements would be paid for by Compass and would increase network capacity, not only for this development, but also for existing users and for future growth that's anticipated within the region. Next slide, please. One area that our team was particularly focused on is truck traffic. When we first began to gather traffic data in the area, we noticed that truck traffic, heavy as it was substantially less than we would have expected based on national traffic data projections. What we discovered is that the number of trucks per square foot is decreasing. In fact, it's decreased about 65% in just the last 8 years. This is really a function of how the space inside these types of modern facilities is being used, and also the efficiency with which trucks are being loaded now. So the current data, which is even lower than what we used in our traffic study, was adopted this year, this summer. And it suggests that the park and its associated truck traffic will have an even lesser impact on the regional roadways. Next slide, please. Regardless of that volume, planning for and managing truck traffic has really been a key element of this project since its inception, like Tom said. The closed loop truck network has been designed to capture and channelize truck traffic coming to and from the site and from the adjacent intermodals. Compared to kind of the piecemeal approach that can be seen on the Illinois 53 corridor today, this will significantly reduce truck traffic on the state route and also on local roads. Next slide, please. In addition to the bridge, which is designed to carry trucks over 53 without allowing them access to it, the closed loop truck system will feature strategically placed barriers like the one shown here that will limit the ingress and egress of trucks solely to the designated route. These barriers will be provided with a truck turnaround on each side, eliminating the backing up and reversing that we see by trucks today. There will also be a manned truck turnaround area just off of Illinois 53 designed to attract and then redirect wayward trucks from any area destination and get them headed in the right direction. This is part of the project's commitment to a safe and efficient truck management system, and it's very significant. Next slide. As the commission considers this project, know that it is truly the right project, done the right way, and with an unprecedented level of investment to improve safety and manage car and truck traffic in an efficient and regionally beneficial way. CBP will have, by a fairly wide margin you can see here, the lowest impact on regional traffic. Well below that would be associated with residential, commercial, or even other industrial uses, as you can see. Approving the projects would be the best development option the commission could choose if traffic was a primary concern. And the project's commitment to safety and traffic management doesn't end with the approved traffic study. As you heard Kendall share, we've committed to perform a new study every 3 million square feet of development, providing additional opportunity to update our projections based on actual on-the-ground conditions, identify changes to needed improvements, and review conformance to the study's previous assumptions. This will not be only one of the best managed parks, but also one of the most closely studied and scrutinized. The combination of this unprecedented investment and regular monitoring can provide the city with confidence that CBP will help to promote the public safety, health, and welfare of the city and the region. That concludes my statement. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Eric Bosman, my Kimley Horn colleague and our project planner.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Bosman. Raise your right hand. We swear you in, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, or help you God?
I do.
Go ahead.
So good evening. My name is Eric Bosman. I'm a certified planner with Kimley Horn and have spent the last 20 years of my career working in fast-growing communities across the eastern half of the United States. If you could go to the next slide, please. I want to spend a little bit of time this evening talking about the proposed rezoning and development in relation to the city's current zoning, as well as the planning and policy documents of both the city of Joliet and the nearby adjacent jurisdictions. I want to start by looking at Joliet's zoning map, which clearly shows a significant cluster of industrial properties south of I-80. This area shown on the map, south of Laraway Road, includes the Chicagoland Speedway, the Route 66 Raceway, and except for a very limited number of residential homes, is zoned to industrial categories shown in light blue and lavender on the map, and 3 in the intermodal terminal categories, which are shown in teal, the light greenish brown, and the darker blue. South of Schweitzer Road, the east side of Illinois 53 is zoned in its entirety as industrial property with supporting general business. Clearly, the city of Joliet's adopted zoning map shows a pattern, an intention, and an expectation of continued growth in industrial property and uses in South Joliet. Now, while the city is currently going through a comprehensive plan process, the relevant adopted policy document is the city's Southside Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted in March of 2007. While the plan is 13 years old at this time, it was intended to provide a 20-year vision to accommodate, quote, future urban type development, unquote. And that is the principal policy document that guides the orderly growth and development of South Joliet. The plan recognizes the need and the ability to both protect residential neighborhoods from incompatible adjacent development and to provide for a large contiguous area of industrial growth that will strengthen the area's overall tax base and provide for the expansion of employment, shopping, and recreational opportunities within the area. In the Southside Comprehensive Plan, the growth pattern shows 3 potential uses. Non-traditional commercial recreational uses, including large land users like the Speedway and the Audubon Country Club, concentrations of industrial uses with, quote, a high compatibility for expanding due to nearby state and federal highways, existing rail lines, the Des Plaines River, and the new intermodal facility located a short distance south, unquote. And the third use, sporadic, well-contained residential growth within subdivisions. The proposed land use plan in the Southside Comprehensive Plan shows a significant concentration of industrial in South Joliet. The plan did contemplate residential development on the city's southern border, but that has not come to fruition either on the zoning map shown currently or within the market. In fact, since the plan's adoption in 2007, no residential subdivisions have been built in the area that is designated residential in the plan, and that includes the area shown in green and brown on the map that's currently on the screen that was designated for residential properties. Rather, the rezoning before you includes 103 acres within the city of Joliet, currently zoned residential, where there has been no residential development or market activity. What has been permitted within the area is a large wholesale facility at the corner of Millsdale Road in Illinois 53, in an area that the Southside Plan designated as residential industrial conversion. That classification within the plan recognized the need for flexibility, and that thoughtful industrial planned unit development need not be incompatible with nearby residential uses when the proper measures were taken to mitigate negative externalities. In the plan, those mitigation efforts include tactics that this development is using in terms of buffering, landscaping, lighting, and carefully controlling vehicular access. The transportation network in the Southside Comprehensive Plan clearly shows that Illinois 53 and Arsenal Manhattan roads are designated as the major transportation routes to serve the area. Not only is that proposed plan consistent with what is proposed here, but the very location of this reclassification, where it's closely located near the intermodal center, and the integration of the proposed truck loop are the very strategies that are intended to minimize traffic conflicts and inputs, as you heard my colleague just mention. If we could go to the next slide, I also quickly want to reference the city's Route 53 corridor plan that was adopted in 2013. This is a corridor plan that looks at how we resurrect and celebrate historic Route 66. And within that area, within the study, it talks about the Elwood area as an opportunity to celebrate manufacturing and industrial with these images of Rosie the Riveter. And on the next slide, to celebrate that this area is the cornerstone of freight within Will County and the eastern end, as Tom George discussed earlier. We could go to the next map. Of course, one of the things we want to be particularly concerned about is how the proposed zoning reclassification is or isn't compatible with existing uses that are on the ground today. While the proposed rezoning is strongly compatible with the city's zoning map and with its future plans, a majority of the property surrounding this development has been agricultural land. The area where we might have the most concern would be where the proposed development is adjacent to existing residential development. And that is confined to the far northeast corner of the development where you see the inset on the slide now. And here and throughout the development, the owner has committed to establishing reasonable buffers and maintaining environmental conditions that will mitigate both development and operational impacts to existing residential. If we could go to the next slide. In this area specifically, this developer has gone one step further and has agreed to establish a planned unit development as previously described that will provide the appropriate development transition along both the northern and the western border of the area's only existing residential neighbor. Now, while this rezoning does apply to the city of Joliet, we do want to look at compatibility with the larger area and with your neighbors as well. So on the next map, we've clipped an image from the Village of Manhattan's 2008 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. This plan clearly highlights the regional freight corridor within Will County and identifies the area west of the city with Manhattan Road to the north and Hoff Road to the south for office, research, and industrial uses. That's the area that is number 2 on the current map. That is the city's future land use map and shows it directly adjacent to this proposed development and rezoning classification. On the west side, of course, is the Village of Elwood. And if we go to the next slide, we've added the Village of Elwood's 2008 comprehensive plan to the graphic as well. Now, Elwood's 2008 planning sectors map which is their future land use map, suggests a mix of industrial and residential uses east of Illinois 53, but specifically calls for industrial uses along the south border along Hoff Road and shown in pink on the accompanying map. 12 years later from the adoption of Elwood's plan, there is no new residential development in this area that is in conflict with the proposed development. The plan for Elwood does recognize the need for community growth, and it includes goals and objectives that are highly consistent with this proposed plan, including developing an environmentally compatible industrial and business uses to enhance the area's tax base and employment opportunities, and establishing transportation networks that safely and efficiently move goods and products. The plan also includes objectives to maintain buffers between existing and planned residential uses and future industrial, developing in a business park or campus environment, and creating a roadway network that is designed to not conflict with local traffic. All objectives that the proposed development intends to meet. In conclusion, North Point's proposal represents a thoughtful, well-managed planned development that will enhance the area's economy and is compatible with the current land uses and existing zoning. The rezoning is consistent with adopted comprehensive plans and with the city's policy documents. The reclassification before you is grounded in sound planning, environmental responsibility, and thoughtful design. With the environmental mitigation efforts and the buffer strategies proposed in the plan, the Compass Business Park is an opportunity to increase the area's tax base, to provide new employment opportunities, and most importantly, to have a singular master plan and developer that can coordinate the area's growth and maintenance over time in a way that avoids traditional piecemeal, haphazard, and less responsible development patterns that often result in greater conflicts, impacts, and long-term costs to the community. With that, I'll conclude my comments and pass it over to Joe, who will be our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Vidas, you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are, okay. Raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joe Batis. I am a real estate appraiser here from Joliet. I hold the MEI designation, and I've been appraising with my office here in Joliet for approximately 38 years. The reason I point that out is I've had the opportunity to look at all types of properties, watch all the different communities in Will County develop over the last 25, 30 years, and have had extensive involvement with research projects of all property types in all areas of the county. My involvement in this project is basically, I was retained to develop a market impact study as to the impact the proposed Compass Park development will have on property values once developed. And the way that a market study is completed is very simply a before and after analysis, where we study market trends and data from different communities and geographic market areas where industrial developments have occurred, and try to track what has happened, what does the data show as far as value impacts over time subsequent to the occurrence of the development of the industrial park. So I've done this over the last 3 years in many different communities throughout Will County, primarily in the northern part of the county where there's extensive industrial development, all of the corridors along Interstate 80 and Interstate 55. And there are a number of things that I studied as part of this impact analysis. Looked at factors such as the growth of the communities, the type of growth, the average sale prices of homes in the areas that are proximate to the developments, the average list prices, the average marketing times, and did a comparison to the same type of housing from the same community that's further removed from or not in close proximity to the industrial development. And what the studies have shown across all the communities is that there is no discernible impact or systemic loss in value
caused by the presence of the industrial developments in communities. So in addition, what I did to supplement my study most recently is I took a look back at the communities where there's a lot of concern about the potential impacts of the Compass Park. Over the last 3 years, with all of the high-profile media attention, the publicity from the Chicago media as well as local. And what I basically did was looked at what you see now on the screen are the different areas that we studied over the last 3 years, the industrial developments in the different communities. And these are the years that these parks were developed and the years that we went back and studied the impacts for the various industrial uses. So I'm going to go through these rather quickly because for each one, it's the same story. We look at the development that occurred and the trends that were evident prior to the development of the industrial park or the industrial use, and then subsequent to it. So we've done this study in Shorewood, various areas up in Bolingbrook and Romeoville, where they are adjacent to and close by residential districts. Out in the eastern part of the county in Monee, near the Interstate 57 corridor, along the Weber Road corridor in the Crest Hill and Romeoville, south of Interstate 55, the Cherry Hill Park off Route 80, the Laraway Crossings development in the southern part of Joliet, the recent, relatively recent Ridgeport development over in Wilmington on the west side of 55, and of course the Centerpoint developments. For each one, we looked at, again, to give you an example without going through all the data, but this is an example of the market areas that we looked at and studied in the before and after to see what happened subsequent to the International Center development. Same thing out in Monee, we targeted various areas and we looked at the different proximities, whether they were a mile away or 2 miles away, what was occurring with the rural residential developed areas. Out in Shorewood, we were looking at the Rivers Crossing and Lakewood Woods developments and following and tracking the trends out in those areas. We also had some specific data for the subdivision and compared it to what was occurring in Shorewood in general. I'm not going to bore you with all of the statistics, but basically this is the process we go through to track the trends. We also looked at change in housing prices overall, how the developments occurred, of course, compared to the county as a whole and its county or the community where it's located. I'm going to pass through some of these here and go to the more recent work we've done. So the supplemental studies I've done more recently would include a study of the average sale prices of detached single-family homes in the various communities. And starting with 2017, there is the raw data for all of the home sales that have occurred through the multiple listing service. And then we did the same collection of data for 2018, and then showed what the change in value was for all of the sales that occurred from 17 to 18. And what's interesting here is in the village of Elwood, compared to all of the other communities in the northern part of Will County along the industrial corridors, that Elwood had the highest appreciation in home values from 17 to 18. This is occurring, mind you, during the time frame where there's all of this publicity about and speculation about what the impact of the Compass Park or North Point is going to be down in these market areas. If we continue to study for on to 2019, you can see the same result, that of all the sales that occurred in Elwood, the single-family residential homes, the increase was higher than any other community in northern Will County. And the 2-year total was basically, or over the 3-year period, was a 24% increase in the housing price in Elwood. So basically what that shows is that even with all this concern about this proposed development coming, which everybody and any prudent purchaser, developer, home buyer would be aware of, it obviously has not impacted the market. Then lastly, what I'm going to point your attention to is the population trends. This is another indicator we look at as we're tracking data before and after industrial developments. And what we did here is, if we go back to Centerpoint, Elwood, approximately 20 years ago, and you look at the growth of Elwood that occurred in the last 10 years and in the last 20 years, the growth is at or exceeding all of the other, what I'll call relatively small communities in southern Will County. Now, in the larger communities up north, the growth data was a little bit different and across the board. But in the small communities that are basically more rural communities, Braidwood, Peatone, Monee, Beecher, the average increase was about 1% over the last 10 years, where again, the Elwood change in population or growth was about 4%. That wraps up my comments and my summary of my study. I thank you for your time, and I'll be available if there's any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have nobody else. We have citizens that would like to be heard on that topic?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 residents in person, and we will start with Matt Robbins.
These are in person, they're here,
Yes.
and the rest are on the phone, okay. You raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Robbins with Jackson Township Board. And I'm sure you're all aware this project will be in Jackson Township. We as a township passed a resolution against this, along with many other boards and organizations. This will be catastrophic for Will County. It will increase truck as well as car traffic and make our roads even more dangerous than they already are. The city, and Mr. Dillon, I think you brought this up the last time North Point was before the board, will not issue a building permit without the bridge starting construction. So as I see it, you are ultimately annexing farm ground that is zoned agricultural. The city will only get taxes on ag, not industrial, until the land is built and an occupancy permit is issued. If North Point loses the lawsuit for the bridge, which if you enter into this agreement, you will be suing another municipality with North Point, that property remains ag, and the city will have to maintain the roads that butt up to the property annexed. As you know, once you annex property, anything that touches that municipality must be maintained by the new municipality. This could end up costing the city a ton of money for protection, maintenance, and repair of roads. Is this just a land grab? Because as of right now, they are no closer to getting this bridge than they were 10 months ago when they stood here before this board and said they were ready to start driving pilings. This board would not approve 4 million square foot of warehousing inside the racetrack on a major corridor of warehousing on Laraway Road, but will consider warehousing on a development 5 miles south of the nearest warehouse on 53 with no access to a major highway? Why wouldn't you let a lawsuit be settled before locking yourself into this and come up with a good South Side comprehensive plan? It seems to me the city is losing out on tax revenue because of the pandemic. Why would you take the chance on this and not a sure thing? This could ultimately cost the city more money. It seems like you're putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Frybill.
Good evening.
Respondent, you raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. So good evening. My name is Julie Pribley. I'm the village administrator for the Village of Elwood, and I'm participating in this hearing in that capacity. The Village of Elwood opposes the annexation and development agreement for Compass Business Park, including the rezoning of the property therein and the granting of the special use permit to the developer. It is unfortunate that the city of Joliet is conducting a public hearing of this magnitude that will greatly affect its citizens as well as interested citizens in the surrounding communities during a COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant to the principles of due process, I reserve the right to ask questions of others who have presented to the Plan Commission supporting this agreement. I also reserve the right to question other witnesses who may testify after I present. First, I would like to address that portion of the staff report that states that the former boundary agreement with the Village of Elwood expired in December 2019 and has not been reestablished. Although this is true, the Village of Elwood desired to extend the agreement and requested to extend the boundary line agreement on multiple occasions, dating back to 2017. I don't know if any of you are aware of that. The village did receive 2 letters from the city of Joliet providing reasons for not extending the boundary agreement with Elwood. The first letter is dated February 1st, 2018 on Joliet letterhead signed by Martin J. Shanahan Jr. He states, "It is my understanding that," well, he sent this to our legal counsel, Dave Silverman. "It is my understanding that you represent the Village of Elwood. In response to inquiries to the City of Joliet regarding extension of the Elwood boundary agreement, we are requesting said discussions be postponed until next year, 2019, because the boundary agreement does not expire until December 31st, 2019. This letter was dated February 1st, 2018. The Village of Elwood contacted Joliet multiple times to try to extend the boundary line agreement. Received a letter on July 2nd, 2019 from Steve Jones, interim city manager. He states, "We have received your request seeking a time extension on the Elwood boundary agreement that will expire December 31st, 2019. Joliet is in the process of retaining a consultant to undertake a comprehensive land use plan for the entire city. Although we have adopted a number of sub-area plans over the past several decades, the comprehensive plan initiative will analyze land use and growth on a citywide basis and provide us with much needed information as to both future development and redevelopment. In view of the fact that this planning initiative will soon be underway, it is premature for the city to engage in an extension of boundary agreement at this time. While we will consider to respect and honor the boundary agreement and calendar terms of this existing agreement, we will defer any amendments or extensions to preserve the need for flexibility that may arise from the recommendations emanating from the final plan. The estimated timeline for this completion of the plan is currently estimated to be 18 to 24 months. Again, I'm going to say this letter was dated July 2nd, 2019. This will be a very public process, which we've heard nothing, with many elements of citizen engagement and input. Upon completion, dialogue regarding our agreement would certainly be an appropriate topic of discussion. I would certainly urge you to check periodically regarding the status of the plan. And if I should have any questions, to please contact him." While it's interesting that the boundary line agreement expired December 2019, and 2 weeks after the Village of Elwood boundary line agreement expired with Joliet, it was announced that North Point Development was asking Joliet to annex 1,300 acres to accommodate plans for a $1.2 billion business park. I find that rather interesting. The Village of Elwood has a vested interest in this agreement and has standing in this hearing. The 1,360 acres to be annexed abuts the Village of Elwood. The contemplated rezoning of the land therein and the contemplated special use permit will cause a significant increase of heavy truck traffic in and around our village. This will have an impact on the health, welfare, and finances of the village and of all of our residents. In the annexation and development agreement, Section 3A, initial minimum road construction improvements, specifically refers to Elwood roads being impacted. It states, quote, "Developer shall construct a bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad and Illinois Route 53 in the location of Walter Strawn Drive and Ira Morgan Street. The proposed bridge that is crucial to this agreement is located within the Village of Elwood and is currently subject to litigation with the village. Eastgate Logistics Park LLC is seeking annexation to the City of Joliet to build an enormous development with a closed-loop truck network." Is Mr. George available for questioning?
You have a question, you can ask and we'll try to get a hold of them.
Well, why would Eastgate propose a bridge to sustain the massive amount of truck traffic in a municipality other than the municipality that the development will be located in? Does anybody have an answer for that here?
He's available to answer that question. Get him up.
Is he answered? Could you get him up, please, then? Mr. George, there's a question for you, if you could answer it, please. Would you like to ask the question again, please?
Mr. George, this is Julie Fribley, the village administrator from the Village of Elwood.
I do.
Why would Eastgate propose a bridge to sustain the massive amount of truck traffic in a municipality other than the municipality that the development will be located in? Please explain.
Certainly, and that type of thing happens all the time. I'm sure a tremendous amount of the truck traffic that accesses the Burlington Northern Santa Fe intermodal comes down 53 in the city of Joliet, gets off of 80 onto 53, travels down Laraway Road, which is in the city of Joliet, travels down Center Point Way, which is in the city of Joliet, and then eventually accesses the Elwood International Port and Park. So it's just purely based on logistics of where the traffic comes from and where the traffic is going.
Well, no, not really, because this is a closed loop network, specifically for truck traffic. In one development, in one municipality, driving all the traffic into another municipality, all of it. That is not typical, is it, Mr. George?
Again, it's not atypical. To have
It is not
traffic
typical.
cross one municipality into another is terribly common.
This is not crossing from one municipality into another, except for a bridge that is a closed loop network. Is that correct?
I don't really understand your question.
It is a closed loop network. All traffic from that development will be from one municipality directly into another municipality. Is that correct, sir?
For the closed loop network, that may be the plan.
That is the plan in your agreement, is it not? It has to have a closed loop network. Is that correct?
The agreement provides for other opportunities.
Another closed loop network area, a bridge crossing 53 specifically for the truck traffic to get to the intermodals. Is that correct? From your development to the intermodals directly. Is that correct? Back and forth.
Well, what it says in the agreement is correct.
So you can't answer me. So with approximately
If you-
5,000,
You're reading it right from the agreement, and the agreement is correct.
I'm not reading it right from the agreement, but thank you. With approximately again, another question, approximately 5,000 semi-truck trips a day over the Walter Strawn Bridge, this will play havoc on the Village of Elwood's infrastructure. Wouldn't you agree?
It will be an issue, for sure.
And what does Compass Business Park tend to do about it?
It intends to pay its fair share of those improvements and maintenance.
Without ever speaking to the Village of Elwood concerning this?
We would love to speak to the Village of Elwood concerning that.
You have not reached out one time, sir.
Right. Well, the park started in Elwood, so eventually we'll talk again.
You have not discussed it with us one time.
All right.
We'll work with you.
Ma'am, do you have any other real
Who is going to
questions?
maintain? Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Once, ma'am,
Yes.
I'm over here.
Oh, sure.
Okay, remember, you have got the right to ask the witness questions, but you're not going to debate the witness. Once he answers the question, you can respond to it, but don't directly engage him in debate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So who will maintain the Village of Elwood's infrastructure that will be impacted by this development?
This development will certainly be responsible for any impact to infrastructure that it causes.
Mr. George, you previously said that you were in contact with the VA and they were in favor of the proposed bridge. Who specifically did you speak with?
I don't remember making a statement that the VA has told me they are in favor of a proposed
Not this
bridge.
evening, but previously, yes, you did,
When was that?
at the last hearing.
We have been in contact with the VA, of course. The gentleman who wrote the letter to you, along with some folks who work with him, and they are considering possibilities.
Well, the gentleman that wrote the letter to me, he has specific concerns. His name is Greg Madron, and the VA National Cemetery Administration honors veterans and their eligible family members with final resting places in national shrines and with lasting tributes that commemorate their service and sacrifice to our nation. Located in Elwood, Illinois, Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery serves over 412,000 veterans in the Chicago area. Since opening in 1999, Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery has buried over 58,000 veterans and their family members and expects to continue to provide this proud service for over the next 100 years. As a customer service organization with a focus on the customer experience, they strive to ensure veterans and their families are treated with dignity, honor, and respect. I am writing to you formally express concerns about a potential new bridge project that is being considered on Walter Strong Drive, crossing over State Highway Illinois 53 in support of a trucking depot project, Compass Business Park, in the vicinity of both Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery and the Village of Elwood. NCA is highly concerned that this potential bridge project will have substantial adverse impacts to the National Cemetery and its customers. Were you aware that they're building another phase to that cemetery?
Yes, absolutely.
Which plans on exiting the cemetery to Walter Strong. Were you aware of that?
Correct.
You were aware of that.
Yep.
So they will be competing with 5,000 additional trucks on that roadway to exit the cemetery. And what about the noise that is going to be coming from that bridge and the services that are going to try to be held at that cemetery? What effect will that have?
So, Julie?
Yes.
The cemetery was presented a set of facts, apparently.
Yes.
And they wrote a letter, a letter that you recited.
And you were copied on this letter.
We had the opportunity to present the cemetery with all the facts. And now that they have that, they are contemplating their next situation. They have seemingly shown some interest in adopting some of our ideas. We have measured noise at the cemetery. The intermodal is clearly a massive noise generator for the cemetery. I don't see that Elwood has done anything to try to mitigate the noise which comes from the prevailing wind right into the cemetery. There's also a tremendous amount of noise created at the cemetery by the road, by which every single container exits the cemetery. I believe that's one of Elwood's roads, which is a patchwork quilt of a road. And as all those trucks bounce down the road, they throw a tremendous amount of noise into the cemetery. So the cemetery is dealing with a huge amount of noise coming from their west side, which is all fully developed. It also includes a truck terminal facility, which is in Elwood, but built literally on the cemetery or within the confines of the broader cemetery. And of course, truck terminals generate much more traffic, much more noise than at the other types of facilities. So all that sits on the west side of the cemetery, wafting tremendous amounts of noise into the cemetery. And we'd be happy to share the noise readings with you at a future time. But so noise is a concern. You know, I don't know what the village of Elwood was thinking when they re-subdivided the property that's on at the entrance of the cemetery. I think the original plan was for a building that would run east-west with north-south docks, and there was a berm. It appears to me that the village decided that was okay to change, and have a tremendous amount of truck docks now face the front entry cemetery without any screening whatsoever. So now when I pull into the cemetery, I am looking at truck docks and trailers through the gate of the cemetery. So I think we all need to work together to make sure that our concern for the cemetery is first and foremost. You know, the village of Elwood closed Walter Strawn, or lobbied for the closure of Walter Strawn 5 years ago.
The
And
ICC
since
closed
that
Walter
date,
Strawn.
5 to 10 trucks every week attempt to go through the cemetery to access the Elwood International Port. And you know, that's Compass Business Park does not exist. Those trucks that are going through there are not going to Compass Business Park. They're not coming from Compass Business Park. They're all going to the Elwood International Port, the BNSF rail, and the 10 million feet of industrial facilities that are in Elwood today. That's a serious problem. And you know, from when we started working with the village of Elwood, we take that problem very seriously. We want to help mitigate that situation. That situation has gone on for 5 years unmitigated. And the cemetery is suffering tremendously with it. And without even having a park there, we want to help. We care very, very much. So we are working with the cemetery on sound attenuation, on access, and on the ability to deal with those trucks who get into the cemetery trying to get to Elwood. And that's all I can tell you right now. I will not speak for the cemetery. You will have to wait for their analysis.
So I'll keep going with the letter from the cemetery then, so everybody has an opportunity to hear. Concern 1, it is the VA's understanding that Compass Business Park will increase east-west traffic on Walter Strawn Drive by 3,000 to 5,000 semi-trailer trucks per day. This traffic on Walter Strawn Drive will substantially increase the daily risk of trucks that try to illegally come through Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery back gate entrance at Walter Strawn Drive and Diagonal Road intersection. The VA is concerned that truck drivers will view the cemetery gates at Walter Strawn Drive and Diagonal Road intersection as a shortcut back to Illinois Route 53. Concern 2, a bridge over Illinois 53 on Walter Strawn Drive may cause confusion to truckers trying to reach the Compass Business Park by driving southbound on Illinois 53. Once southbound, trucks on Illinois 53 realize they are passing under the bridge and cannot access to Compass Business Park on 53. Their first inclination will be to turn west onto Hop Road in effort to use Hop and Diagonal as shortcuts back to Walter Strawn Drive and the bridge. This situation could substantially increase the daily risk of trucks that try to illegally come through Abraham Lincoln property on Hop and Diagonal Roads. The situation that Abraham Lincoln faces on a weekly basis. During business hours alone, 4 to 5 trucks per week are flagged down by Abraham Lincoln employees and turned around. Concern 3. Abraham Lincoln is currently in the design phase of a major expansion project at the cemetery that includes a secondary cemetery exit for visitors onto Walter Strawn Drive. Cumberland's Business Park is expected to produce an increase in traffic on Walter Strong Drive by 3,000 to 5,000 trucks per day. That could result in substantially increased traffic safety risk for many elderly visitors that will be trying to safely exit their vehicles westbound onto Walter Strong Drive. Concern 4, the developer has discussed possible install of a truck turnaround on VA-owned property along Hoff Road, near the front entrance of Abraham Lincoln Cemetery. VA is concerned that doing so will further encourage truck traffic on Illinois 53 to turn westbound onto Hoff Road to use the truck turnaround feature. The turnaround could substantially increase unwanted truck interactions with the daily cemetery visitor vehicle traffic and further exacerbate unwanted traffic congestion and safety issues between the cemetery visitor vehicles and trucks on Hoff Road. The VA has strong concerns about any traffic features that would encourage trucks to turn westbound from Illinois 53 onto Hoff Road and does not intend to authorize a turnaround on the VA property due to these concerns. Number 5, the 3,000 to 5,000 daily increased trucks on Walter Strong Drive will substantially increase environmental background traffic noise with Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, thereby adversely impacting the visitor experience and the ability for visitors to partake in peaceful reflection within the solemn grounds of the National Shrine facility. The VA does not support increased noise levels within Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery because it will detract from visitor experience. The NCA greatly appreciates the partnership we have had with the Village of Elwood and the positive relationship that has been established and maintained over many years. And he further goes on to tell me to please contact him with any questions or concerns. We have a really good rapport with the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to wrap it up, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Okay, I have a few more things. Mr. George took
Well, I
an
mean,
immense
you know, we got a
amount
lot
of
of
time as
people,
well.
and I give you
Yes.
big leeway. Usually it's 4 minutes here, and it's been over 20 minutes.
Oh, I don't believe it's 4 minutes during
Okay.
the public hearing.
Please continue.
Thank you. Also, in Section 3A of the agreement, it states that if approvals necessary to construct the bridge are not secured in a reasonable timeframe, the parties shall mutually agree to an alternate location for the tractor-trailer traffic to access the property. The Village of Elwood, as we all know, and L.B. Anderson and Eastgate Logistics Park are currently in litigation regarding the proposed bridge. Litigation can be a lengthy process. Mr. George, what is your definition of a reasonable timeframe?
Well, this is a 20 to 30 year endeavor with this park, with facilities that'll last 100 years. So our idea of reasonable might be a little longer than yours.
No, I'm asking you what your reasonable timeframe is. What would be a reasonable timeframe with the city of Joliet? What would be a reasonable timeframe with your agreement? What is a reasonable timeframe?
There is no definition to that, Julie. It's just, when it's time, it's time. And we don't know when that'll be.
So it's open-ended. So if the approvals necessary to construct the bridge are not secure, please specify where the proposed alternate location for the tractor-trailer traffic to access the property would be.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question, please, as the attorney for the applicant?
Step up to the mic so you can hear you, because you're not going to be able to hear you.
Yeah, so my name is Tom Osterberger. I'm the attorney for the applicant at 111 North Ottawa Street, Joliet, Illinois. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I appreciate Julie's questions. Mr. George didn't testify to any of this. If she has a question regarding this, she can pose it to the city. This isn't a cross-examination of Mr. George because he didn't talk about it.
If she wishes to raise objections, that's fine, but this line of questioning doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, understood, sir. Thank you very much. So once again, if you'd wrap your time up here.
Would you be more specific to the exact location of the freight terminal? Could you, Mr. George, be more specific to the exact location of the freight terminal?
We've identified an 80-acre area out of 1,360 acres. That's pretty specific.
It states west of Bell Road and south of Brandon Road. And it'd be 40 acres out of the 80 acres. Where specifically?
I believe staff had that identified in their reports. You might want to consult that or the public notices.
What type of freight terminal is it going to be? What is it going to be used for?
It would probably be something very similar to what the Village of Elwood constructed on the west side of the cemetery.
So again, I come to you this evening as the village administrator of the Village of Elwood, but I also come to you as a 35-year resident of the Village of Elwood. Elwood is where I raised my family and where my dad, one of my children, and some of my grandchildren still reside. It is where my neighbors are considered more family than just people you live near. The Village of Elwood requests that the Plan Commission please consider the impact of this development will have not only on the city of Joliet, but to your family, your friends, your neighbors, and communities to the north, south, east, and west of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Jinko.
We have, who was the third person you have?
Yes, Doug Jinko.
Doug Zico.
Can I ask a real quick question about procedures?
Sure.
I think all of us took the time to read the letters that were submitted to us via email from concerned citizens throughout on this issue. So I know that this isn't a filibuster event. So is there any way that if somebody, that we can ask that if somebody, you know, that they submitted it directly to us and not having other people testifying on behalf of other people? It just seems like it's becoming a filibuster. Is there any rules or any way that we can just ask not to?
There is, no, and we said in the beginning that repetitive or redundant evidence is going to be discouraged and not taken. Now, when the letter was read to you, I was unaware that it had been provided to you.
Yeah.
So maybe if that happens again, maybe somebody can just mention that and we can move
But
on.
there was a lot of stuff presented, so we don't have to do it a second time on a lot of the stuff that presented for their whole time. If you raise your right hand, sir, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. Hi, my name is Doug Jenko. I'm a 28-year resident of the Village of Elwood. And as of right now, I'm still the mayor of the Village of Elwood. I'm here representing the 2,400 residents that reside in the Village of Elwood. I'm not here telling you guys how to run your city, believe me. Believe me, I know how that goes. I'm here with concerns of a proposed pre-annexation or annexation of a bridge being built in the Village of Elwood. Now, if for some godforsaken reason, Rockdale wanted to build a bridge from Rockdale to Crest Hill, right down Larkin Avenue over the top, you guys would be throwing a hissy fit, okay? We don't want Joliet building a bridge, and I'm sorry, maybe not Joliet, North Point, building a bridge in the Village of Elwood, period. I don't know how much plainer I can be. I'm sure the attorney there wouldn't allow Rockdale to build a bridge to Crest Hill. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan Keelan.
So what was that name?
Jordan Keelan.
Gillian.
Good evening.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, but the truth, so help you God.
I do. My name is Jordan Killian. I'm the attorney for the Village of Elwood, and I'm appearing here in that capacity tonight. I have a few questions for, and I hope not to mispronounce the name, but Tim Sogrum, who is a traffic engineer who testified earlier.
You had some questions for him?
Yes.
Could you get Tim up on the board?
Here he is.
You there, Tim?
I'm here.
Okay, you have some questions for you. Would you state your name again so Tim knows who to talk to?
Hi, Tim. My name is Jordan Killian. I'm an attorney for the Village of Elwood. How are you?
Good.
So I had a question based on the traffic study you talked about earlier. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay. Did you base your traffic study on on the assumption that there would be a bridge built over Route 53 at Walter Strong?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you contemplate in any traffic study the bridge being located anywhere else?
Not in the traffic study, no.
Okay, so you would agree, and it's fair for me to say that the traffic study you testified about tonight relies on the bridge being located at Walter Strawn Drive over Route 53.
That is what is in the traffic study, yes.
Okay, so you're not vouching for the accuracy of the traffic study if the bridge is anywhere other than Walter Strawn Drive, right?
The traffic study contemplated the bridge at that location.
Okay, that's all I have for this witness. I'd like to ask a few questions.
Sir, this is not a court of law here. If you got questions about the thing or comments you want to say, go ahead. But this is not a court of law. I'm a simple man. I'm not a lawyer.
I understand.
You're putting these guys on the spot to try to get them.
No, I'm not
As I'm
trying.
concerned, the bridge is the bridge. And to begin with, the bridge was something the staff worked on, I personally wanted, because everybody complained about all the traffic on 53. The company has to spend more money and build a bridge too. Where they put it, I'm not sure where they're gonna put it. They say where they want it, fine.
This is not a court of law, you're correct, okay? There is some procedures that ensure fairness here. They get to put their witnesses on, we get to question them. They called more than one witness, I get to question more than one witness.
Mr. Gillian, please continue.
Can we get Tom George up, please?
Hey, Jordan.
Mr. George, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. I got a few questions for you. You were speaking with Mrs. Fribley a little bit earlier, and you said something. Let me make sure I got this right. Did you agree with her that this closed loop system is going to have a detrimental effect on the Village of Elwood roads?
Yeah. Any traffic has a detrimental effect on the road. So, as we said, we will certainly be responsible for the maintenance that's caused by that traffic.
Okay, and we're talking about nearly 2 million trucks a year?
I don't know the math.
Well, what's the math per day?
This park will generate about, just based on the numbers that ITE says, around 3,500 trucks a day.
Okay. So we're talking 3,500 trucks a day, 365 days a year? Is that a yes?
When the park is fully built out, that's correct.
Okay.
So, in other words, somewhere around a third of the amount of trucks that currently use those roads today.
You'd agree with me that North Point, Eastgate, you guys are a sophisticated company, right?
Depends on your definition of sophisticated.
Well, do you guys do your due diligence before you build a park of this size?
Sure.
You contemplate the damage that you'll do to neighboring communities when you build a park of this size?
I don't like the word damage. We impact the road network and we plan to be responsible to take care of those impacts.
Okay. Did you do any studies on the kind of impacts that this project in particular will have on the Village of Elwood?
On the roads.
You
But
have.
again, you saw the presentation by Tim, all the intersections that were studied. Some of those intersections were in the Village of Elwood.
Okay, but you said that you were going to pay your fair share, correct?
That's right.
what's your fair share?
Well, that'll be determined later.
Oh, is this like act now, figure out what the damage is later?
I think you
Mr.
probably
Chairman, that's
appreciate the
not a
fact
question.
It's not, it's, sir, yeah,
many things will happen between now and then,
sir.
and maintenance of the roads will be one of those conversations.
Have you done any due diligence studies on how much North Point and Eastgate is gonna have to pay?
No,
So
that would
you,
be a function of how the roads are built and the amount of traffic on them. Your community, of course, knows as well as anybody that it depends on how well you build the roads up front and then how they're used, so.
well, you're the one, right now stating that you're gonna pay your fair share, and I wanna know how much you're thinking.
All right,
Whatever it takes.
that question's been asked and answered,
You're not
so we're
do
gonna
this.
move on.
Not that- That's not a good question.
We're gonna move on.
Do you have any questions, real questions you want to say? Otherwise, we're gonna wrap it up.
Is it possible that we ask, Mr. George's attorney, whoever's here as legal representation, to stay in the room to maybe lessen some of this
It's
back
up to
and
you
forth
guys.
and him coming in and
He's-
out? Is that possible?
Well, I think
Are we
we're
at
at,
capacity?
we're at capacity, so, he's fine there.
Mr. George, did you, submit any plans for the special use permit to the city of Joliet?
No,
Okay. Have you looked at the city of Joliet zoning code?
yes,
Aren't you required to submit plans and then follow those plans in order to get a special use permit?
Mr.
Sir,
Chairman,
all right.
these are
Sir,
not
you're out of
questions
line.
that
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
George
You know, you're not
testified.
Joliet, you're not working for us.
Stop, just,
You're entitled to ask questions, Jordan, but he didn't testify to this. If you have questions of staff, you can ask. If you have objections, you can, but this is not proper cross-examination.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Regis, are you cutting this question off?
What's the question?
My question is doesn't he believe that he has to submit a plan before a special use permit gets approved? That's the question to Mr. George.
How is that question relevant? I mean, I don't want this to be a court trial either. You're entitled to due process, you're entitled to question. Mr. George didn't testify to that. You're asking him about a process of Joliet. You might as well ask Kendall.
All right, I will respond to that by saying that what the witness believes the procedures of the city of Joliet are not germane to this proceeding.
Okay. Very well. How much square footage is this freight terminal gonna be?
don't know.
How much of the land that the freight terminal is gonna be on is gonna be impervious?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object again. Next week, in front of the ZBA, there's a scheduled hearing on the special use and on the variation. That would be the appropriate time. We're here for zoning.
That's the plan. You can ask that question next week at the other committee.
I don't have any further questions. I do want to make a statement though. Thank you, Mr. George, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You know, there's certain procedures that need to be followed, okay? You need to submit a plan to the city. The city's supposed to look at it, and don't take my word for it. You can ask Mr. Regis later. It's pretty clear. It's a paragraph long. It says, in order to get a special use permit, you submit a plan, and once it's approved, you have to follow it exactly, okay? That's not only the law, it's common sense. You want to know what someone plans to build, so then you can hold them accountable for it. If I wanted to put a shed up in my backyard, you'd want to know, okay, Jordan, what size is it? What's the flooring going to look like? How is it going to affect your neighbors? Here you got a situation where this company wants to put up $1 billion facility, 2 million trucks a year. They haven't submitted the plans to you that they have to follow. This is right now let's make promises and see if we can follow through later. It's not wise to tread these waters. And I ask that you do your due diligence before approving anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that's the last we have on the list, but if there's anyone else in person wanting to speak
On something new?
on something new, Mr. Torrey, do we have anyone in the lobby out there?
Anyone downstairs?
Okay,
Don't want to forget anybody.
yeah, we'll check.
Somebody in person that's here.
Meanwhile, can we take somebody on the phone, do you think, while we're
Well,
waiting?
okay, we'll go to the, yeah, we'll go to the phones now.
There's a lot of stuff covered, so.
We have Sandra on the line?
My name is Sandy Costa. I am a resident of Joliet and a very concerned citizen.
Okay, Ms. Costa.
I have seen the North Point
Ms.
Pleasant.
Costa, I need to swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I am, although I am not presenting evidence.
Still gonna swear you
I'm
in.
a concerned Joliet citizen,
What's your
and I
address?
would like to talk about,
She said Joliet.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Could you give us your address, please, ma'am?
John, you're drinking.
1022 North Rayner Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
I've seen the North Point presentation 3 times. I am still not convinced that they can guarantee to bring jobs that will benefit Joliet residents or bring in tax dollars. Most of the warehouse jobs already available here pull in workers from far away to unsafe and underpaying jobs. For every acre of land that's developed around here, every road laid, every bridge built, they have to be maintained. That money eventually is going to come from taxpayers. And as one, I reject that expense. We have hundreds of acres of land already zoned for warehouses, and they're all close to the interstate. Why do we need more? We have our neighbors, Elwood, Manhattan, New Lenox. These people all contribute to our economy, and we thank them by aiding North Point's exercise of eminent domain. Elwood rejected the project, and this bridge that we've talked about several times already is within their limits. Are our tax dollars going to go to pay for that legal battle? Laraway, Elwood, Manhattan, villages, and schools all oppose North Point. These vulnerable populations will be drastically affected by truck traffic. These same people travel to Joliet to shop, study at the universities, go to the doctor. Why would we want to obstruct them? The facility will destroy farmland and homes. It's going to create a huge taxpayer burden and spread even thinner our public safety resources. So much is still available at Centerpoint. So many other warehouses in this district are sitting vacant. There's no need for a huge business park. $1 million has already been spent in legal fees related to this project. That's not what we want. The interests pushing this product don't care about our quality of life. Most Joliet residents do not want this project. We'd like you to plan to save our community, our land, our economy, and say no to North Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you have a Drew Coldwater?
Yeah, Drew on the line?
Drew, Mr. Coldwater. You there? Mr. Coldwater? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Coldwater, need to swear you in. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just clear.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I'm a Joliet taxpayer. Lived in the area for about 15 years now.
May I get your address from you, sir?
That's North Point. I don't have to provide my address.
Okay.
I want to ask you, scumbag.
Oh,
Excuse me, sir.
whoa, whoa,
Sir, sir,
whoa.
I guess that's it, sir. I don't take that. You're done. Sorry.
Okay. Have a great night,
Is
scumbag.
there Michelle Coldwater before we get called names?
You have Michelle on the line next?
Yeah, you get Michelle. You swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Did you have a statement?
You got something you want to add?
Yes, sorry. Yes, hi. I am calling once again to voice my opposition to the North Point project. I don't believe the positives that clearly only the Joliet Council seems to see outweigh the enormous amount of negatives. I have lived in Will County for my entire life actually, so 28 years, and I do not want to see our vibrant community get destroyed by bringing in this development. I firmly believe that this is the wrong move for Joliet and the surrounding areas. You guys aren't even considering the fact that this park isn't even going to be in Joliet. It's going to be in my backyard. My husband and I worked our butts off, if you don't want me to swear, for this home we live in, and it's going to be ruined by light pollution, by truck traffic, by roads. These roads aren't even able to accommodate the traffic that you're talking about. And North Point is talking about maintaining these roads, but in their contract, they're only maintaining the initial build out and construction. They're not even planning. Are they going to maintain them after 5 years, 10 years? What's going to happen? North Point is going to be detrimental to our communities, our home values, and how we live our daily lives. I urge the council to vote no to North Point and yes to the wants and needs of its own constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Ventura. Ms. Ventura, you there? Hello, Rachel. You don't have her?
Can we go to the next caller, please?
Go to the next one then. Who else you got? Delilah.
Hello.
Are you there? I swear you in, Delilah. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do. I do.
Okay, you have a comment? Go ahead.
My name is Delilah Legret. I cannot testify in person because of the risk that I will contract COVID and become seriously ill. The notices I have viewed for this meeting and the ones upcoming have been very confusing and conflicting. While attempting to follow directives from the City of Joliet website, I've noticed the public participation options change a few times and differ from what was provided in the notice. Nevertheless, I will do my best to express my concern for the application before you today. My home, livelihood, and family will be harmed with this project. A constant bombardment of light, noise, pollution, and vibration will make it impossible for myself and my family to live here. It will degrade my children's health as well as my own. It will shatter our quality of life. My property that is equipped with a private well is at risk of drying up or being contaminated by pollution from stored trailers and heavy truck traffic that can seep into groundwater. There are no studies and no restrictions on what the impacts of this project will be that have been submitted. There are no end users discussed with this project, making it impossible to know what products will be stored, transferred, or manufactured near my home. The truck parking variance requested is asking for the availability of one truck for 1,500 square feet of building. At a projected build-out of 32 million square feet, that means there's an allowance of over 21,300 trucks. In the application, Eastgate points to a need for this because of an increased need for on-site trailer storage. The allowance of tens of thousands of trucks or containers parked behind my property will most certainly cause my home to diminish in value. As a taxpayer in Jackson Township, I am deeply concerned with the impact this project will have on my property taxes. The cost of maintaining roads outside of their network will fall on the township, county, and state. There would be an increased need in emergency services, such as police and fire. There will be a disconnection from the library districts that I currently pay into. These things will all require additional monies to be levied, causing my property tax rate to increase. These kinds of developments have been continually prioritized over the long-term health and prosperity of individuals and communities. The cost of this project far outweigh the benefits. While I'm no longer comfortable asking questions due to the Plans Commission's discouraging exercise of my rights, I will ask this, possibly of Mr. George, I suppose. He discussed a truck turnaround in his presentation, and I wanted to know where the location of that was.
Mr. George will come up on the screen and answer that. Mr. George, did you hear the question?
I think she asked where the truck turnaround will be, and the answer is there'll be multiple turnarounds at the end of every road that serves the park. I don't know if you want to go all the way back to find our presentation, but we have all the locations listed on that exhibit. If you need, we can provide that to you at a later date, but there will be multiple truck turnarounds. Everywhere that a truck would reasonably think that they could leave the park, there will be a turnaround.
Okay, I apologize. Perhaps I wasn't very clear in what I was discussing. There was a specific slide that was up where you had discussed, trucks coming down 53 and having the ability to turn around in order to get back to a place where they could access the bridge. And I guess my question is, where would that be located? And then once they turn around in that location, where does it send the trucks? Does it send them right back up Chicago Street?
Yeah, so I understand your question now. There's we are planning for a major truck information center and turnaround off of Route 53 on Mississippi. And the idea for that was really to mitigate what's happening in the cemetery. What folks do is look on GPS and they see that there's a road that goes through the cemetery. They're trying to access the village of Elwood. They do it by driving through the cemetery. What we're hoping is that instead they would look on their GPS and see this bridge that leads directly to the village of Elwood and the international port, and they would instead come in there. And that's where the truck turnaround would be, to send them correctly on their way so that they don't drive through the cemetery and they don't go down Mississippi Street through the village of Elwood.
So sending them correctly on their way would mean sending them up Chicago Street into Joliet to get back correctly? Or that's the part I'm missing here. Where is the correct way for them to get back?
So they would have two options. They would either turn south on 53 and go all the way to River Road and take River Road over, or they would turn north on 53 and go all the way back to I-80.
So up Chicago Street then. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Again, I don't know what you're referring to as Chicago Street. Are you talking about Route 53?
Yes, 53 is Chicago Street at the I-80 interchange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This would be for the errant lost truck. This is not the way that traffic is intended to get there. But there's a current problem right now with trucks trying to get to the village of Elwood, and they come this direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Delilah, is there anything else?
And the next caller?
Next caller.
Yes, is this me? This is Julia Baum Coldwater.
Julia,
Am I the next in line?
you are next in line. We'll swear you
Yeah,
in.
okay.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
And before you start, Julia, I'm going to tell you that you supplied us with an exhibit, a visual aid that's being shown up on the screen. So I'll direct the commissioners to look at that while you're offering testimony. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any chance that those observing online can see that as well?
Is it on? I think it's on the.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's on the feed.
You give it a thumbs up.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I do want to thank you for the chance to speak at this hearing concerning the Compass Business Park and the proposal that's before you, being presented by Eastgate Logistics, and which we affectionately called North Point Development. My name is Julia Baum Coldwater. I'm speaking on behalf of me and my husband, Larry Coldwater. We are the owner-operators of Coldwater Seed Farm, located in unincorporated Jackson Township, with some of our farmland also within the village of Elwood village limits. Before I share my testimony, I would like to ask some questions of the petitioner. I did want to note that as part of my questions, I would like to refer the petitioners and the public to the visual that I have provided. It's a map of the project area showing the locations of the proposed project and annexation area. That you'll see in turquoise on the map. It shows the 103 acres that are already within Joliet city limits. They are outlined in red at the far north end that you can see at the top of the turquoise. You'll be able to see our farm, which is in a darker blue. You can see the current Mississippi Avenue and the proposed closed loop, which is somewhat outlined in red. You will also see North Point land and Center Point Bissell warehouse land east of 53 and within the village, which is within the Elwood Village limits. That's in gray. You'll see the proposed bridge site, which is a red dot over towards the left of the map. And it would help to clarify that the Elwood Village limits extend down the south side of Mississippi along our property all the way to Chicago Road. It's about a 305-foot deep annexation along that property. So Elwood does have jurisdiction over Mississippi Avenue. It also does have jurisdiction over Chicago Road from Hoff Road almost up to where Chicago Road would jog over and get onto 53. So those roads are within Elwood jurisdiction. I'm not quite sure who to ask this question of. I think possibly Mr. George. Is he available to answer?
Yes, he is, ma'am. You asked the question, please.
Okay, very good. My understanding, based on a number of conversations and presentations, is that at this point, North Point or Compass Business Park intends to use Mississippi Road or Mississippi Avenue now is what it's called as the access road, or what we would call the closed loop, to get from the property that butts up to Chicago Road through over to the Elwood property where the proposed bridge site is. Am I correct about that?
Mr. George, you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that is currently the preferred route.
Okay. Have you had any discussions or agreements with the Village of Elwood in order to make that happen?
No.
Was there an answer? I'm sorry.
No, the answer was no.
Oh, it was no. Okay. It's a little foggy. I turned my computer off, so I'm having trouble hearing what the answer is sometimes. I didn't have interference from my computer. My assumption, I want to ask if this is correct. Mississippi Road, what you are planning from Mississippi Avenue to the east of Chicago Road over to Rao is, you say there's a 100-foot road dedication there. There'll be 3 12-foot lanes, curb, gutter, storm sewer, urban parkways, not open ditch, correct? And am I correct to assume that that same setup is what you would intend to use down Mississippi Avenue to the west of Chicago Road?
Yeah, certainly, but just be advised, any cross-section is something that will have to be developed, with the cities and the villages. So that's a preliminary cross-section that was stated. The final cross-section would be subject to mutual agreement.
Okay, so it would be subject to an agreement, but that is currently what you are planning from your side of things, that there would be a continuation
What we're planning
of
is
Chicago, of Mississippi,
parties agree
using the same spec. I'm sorry?
Again, we've stated a typical cross-section there. what we're planning to do is whatever the final involved parties agree to.
Okay, my question for you is, how do you plan to ensure our access to all of our property north of, on the north side of Mississippi, if there is continual truck traffic there, and if it is a designated closed loop?
That's a great question. Certainly, we will work with you to make sure that we do provide for that. We will construct crossings in mutually agreeable locations that'll enable you to get back and forth. If we, we may look at something like flashing lights or various other things. There may need to be some special accommodations, in the spring and fall. But we want to make sure we take care of all of our farmers in the area by making sure you have access through our gates. So one of the ways you may decide to traverse Mississippi is to use Chicago. You may decide to use Coldwater to Mississippi, or you may decide to go literally right across Mississippi. We will work with you in any aspect of that, along with all the other farmers in the area, to make sure you have the ability to traverse our gates via the ag bypass to be able to get north and south, east and west.
Okay. Are you aware that our only access to our land on the north side of Mississippi is off of Mississippi? We have no access to that land because of the way the ditches are set up and everything off of Teal, and it would be very unwise to try to access our field off of 53 with ag equipment. Are you aware of that? That the only access point is off of Mississippi?
I'm not aware of that, but
That's about
listening to you, it makes sense.
That's about 132 acres of farmland that we're dependent upon. That the only way we can access is off of Mississippi.
Yeah, again, we will certainly accommodate you and work with you to make sure that we don't cut off your farmland.
Okay. You spoke about, in a prior hearing, in answering one of my questions, you indicated that you would plan to use the 66-foot right-of-way that is currently there. Are you assuming 33 feet on each side to make up that 66? Or are you assuming there's a 66-foot right-of-way on the south side and a 66-foot right-of-way on the north side?
Typically, it's
making 132 feet right-of-way.
Again, typically it's 33 feet from each side of the center line.
Right, okay. If you do have I would like to comment that if you do have 100-foot easement for your road on the west side or on the east side of Chicago Road, and you plan to extend Mississippi, you will not be able to have a 3-lane road, and you will not be able to fit basically what you typically would plan to fit in that area. My concern is that there could be log jam coming down. You may be forced to go down to a 2-lane road. The only other option would be taking a property from us in order to accomplish some kind of consistency with the road and not cause a log jam. And are you anticipating any kind of taking of property to make that happen?
We're not anticipating any kind of taking. Certainly, if we do proceed, we will talk to you about the possibility of purchasing some from you, making sure that we accommodate whatever your needs are. If you're not interested in that, we will work within the 66 feet that is there. We will not have any turning movements in that area. The trucks will simply be going east and west. So we can accommodate it, but we also, again, will reach out to you directly to talk to you about the impact to you, and also the possibility of selling some of a strip of your land, if that makes sense to you, but only if it makes sense to
Okay, and with all of this, Elwood would need to be in agreement, I'm assuming.
That's the assumption.
That was kind of a question. So the assumption is that Elwood would be in agreement of doing this in order to make it happen.
Yeah, I make no assumptions in that respect.
Okay. Are you aware that our annexation agreement precludes any kind of development of Mississippi that would require curbage or something like that? We have a stipulation in our annexation agreement that there would not be gutters, that there would be surmountable curbage. There would not be things like there would not be a loss of ditches because our trucks for loading grain during harvest season needs to be done along the road. Are you aware of that?
I'm not, but certainly if you'd like to share that with us, we will make ourselves aware.
Okay, because what I'm seeing is great difficulty with you actually using Mississippi as a closed loop, and I'm having a very difficult time. I just need to go on the record that I have a very difficult time wrapping my head around the possibility of us functioning as a farm when there's going to be bumper-to-bumper semis, which I anticipate is what will happen eventually. If you go to Laraway Road, you see the difficulty of getting any kind of ag equipment along Laraway Road, especially when you get west of 53. So that's a major concern that we have, and I'll probably comment more about that in my comments. And I think that's the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Julie.
That I would like to. Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. George. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
We got Mary on the line. Next call, Mary. Can you hear us, Mary?
Yeah,
You swear you in, Mary. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, you had some questions or comments you want to say?
Both, yes. My name is Mary Baskerville, and I'm speaking today for myself as a lifelong resident of the area, and also as a founding member of the Will County Environmental Network. There are many reasons to speak out against the proposed development of the Compass Global Business Park and the North Point development, and we ask this board to vote against the recommended plan. The first and most important reason is that North Point is not presenting any evidence that they are ready for approval. Important pieces to the development's approval are missing, including proper continuity and approvals for the closed loop bridge over Illinois 53. The region desired by North Point has a strong cultural history of farming. It is a cultural heritage worth preserving. Future generations will benefit from crops grown on some of Will County's most productive land. Farming is a vital part of America's future security and well-being. Paving over the country's farmland is not in the best interest of the people, of the state, or of the country. North Point will argue it will bring jobs, but many of the jobs are not living wage jobs with health insurance coverage. Will County's farmers benefit the economy. Latest figures from the Illinois Department of Agriculture shows Will County farmers generate annual, and again this is yearly, annual revenue of $129,515,000. That doesn't include the cost of any land. That's sale of hay, corn, soybean, livestock, vegetables, and other crops. It's a hefty benefit to the economy, of Will County. I have three questions for North Point. The first, water usage will impact the deep water shortage. So I ask, what cost is North Point suggesting it will pay towards Joliet's cost of bringing water in, either from Chicago or Indiana? And whoever from North Point is best to answer, I don't know.
Go ahead and get Tom George back up. Tom, did you hear the question?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Mary, go ahead and repeat that,
The
please.
question is North Point, is North Point committing to paying any of the costs of bringing Joliet's water from either Chicago or Indiana, paying a portion of that pipeline?
I'm not totally qualified to answer this question, but as the park becomes part of the city and as the park starts to use city water, it will pay its fair share of all of the above costs. So the city also has additional funds that will come from North Point.
Excuse me, I think that refers to the hookup cost. My question is referring to the construction cost of the pipeline.
Asked and answered.
Is North Point committing any money towards that?
No.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, not specifically, again.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I'm sorry, but not, as the buildings become part of the city and utilize the city water, they will pay all the associated costs of using city water. However, the city passes that cost through.
Okay, but no upfront contribution to the cost of bringing in the pipeline. Is that correct? I understand. My second, go ahead.
I said North Point is making a very significant upfront contribution to the city and for the city to use in any way it sees fit.
But, okay, I understand the answer to be there's no contribution towards the pipeline that you're considering directly to the contribution. My second question, diesel emission monitoring in the surrounding area shows high concentration of diesel particulate matter. And yet North Point's own projection shows they will add thousands of trucks a day, along with auto trips in by workers. What mitigation efforts does North Point suggest, and what amount of money will fund those efforts? In addition to air pollution, there will be noise pollution from the bridge impacting the solemn ceremonies at the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. Yet nothing in the plan shows planning for or funding the North Point for noise barriers. My question, will North Point agree to erecting sound barrier walls and muffling landscape? And did the leadership read the letter of concerns presented by the letter that has been kind of read into the record? But have you read the letter in full, and have you committed any money to erecting sound barriers?
Okay, real quick before you answer, Tom. Mary, we have read the letter from the VA, so that's already been presented, and we've already talked about noise at the cemetery, but Tom, go ahead and answer the question about erecting sound barriers.
Certainly.
Well, no, he didn't ask. My question is specific. Is there any money funded for for a wall along the bridge, the sound barrier wall? The plans do not show it.
Right. All of that will be subject to approvals down the road, right? So there's not a bridge approved. This body tonight is not approving a bridge. They're not approving a design of a bridge. They're not approving sound barriers for a bridge. None of that is happening tonight.
I understand
So
that.
when that
And I'm a little
happen,
confused who's talking. Is it George that's talking? Mr. George? Who just answered that?
Mr. George did.
Okay, that wasn't my question about the approvals. My question is, the plans that are being shown do not show a wall barrier or sound barrier being constructed.
there are no plans that are being shown for approval for the bridge today.
There are no plans. Okay. Is that what you said? There are no plans?
Yeah, no plans, ma'am.
Okay. And my last question, seeking annexation when you do not have the FFA property or approval for the Illinois Route 53 bridge is not good practice. Today, Kendall Jackson's staff report summary said the proposed agreement is dependent upon annexation of the FAA parcel for legal continuity that seems likely as a future annexation. In light of the FAA letter saying it is not seeking annexation, how can that move be called likely, and what alternate site for the bridge is being proposed?
All right,
Hello?
Was that a question?
hold on. Tom, there's
Yes.
a question regarding annexation.
I don't care who answers the question.
Okay, I'll answer that for you then, ma'am. That you are correct that there's not sufficient contiguity for part of the annexation of the lands. When there is sufficient contiguity, the city will take actions in furtherance of this agreement. That's the answer regarding annexation.
Okay. Well, first of all, I didn't know who was speaking.
Okay, hi, I'm Chris. I'm the attorney for the city.
Okay, Chris, my question is, two parts. One, how are you seeking annexation without continuity? It seems wrong. And second, what's the alternative location for the bridge?
Well, number one, we are not seeking annexation without contiguity. Number two, we have not discussed an alternative location for the bridge.
I'm confused by that because it seems like you are seeking annexation without the continuity. The FAA has not come in.
The Plan Commission does not address annexations, the City Council does. There is currently nothing pending before the City Council regarding annexations. There are no annexations being sought regarding this hearing tonight. This hearing involves zoning and proposed use of a subject site.
That's it.
I understand that. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. The next caller?
You have Stephanie on the line?
Stephanie? You there?
Yes.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Irvine, and I'm a township resident. This hearing, in my opinion, is irresponsible from a public safety and governance standpoint. In forging ahead with this hearing, you have severely limited the rights of not only myself and my family, but the general public. The petition and its details weren't released until the day before Thanksgiving. Prior to this, details were repeatedly denied, even when requested via FOIA, after the notices had been published. By North Point demanding to rush this through, I have not had the time or information necessary to be able to protect my health, livelihood, our land, our home, family, and community. The personal harm to myself and my husband that this project would bring are immense, and the deficiencies present in the application do not provide evidence to which we can defend ourselves. We would experience harm in the form of the impact to our personal well-being, our physical health, and perhaps financially as well. The air, light, noise, and potential for water pollution are very real. The impact to our property values, whether by sheer proximity to the project or whether the water demands will dry up our well, is also very real. The ability for this project to cut off the farmers who access the back of our property to farm is also very real. Ultimately, this rezoning indicates a deprivation of my property rights because it would change the landscape of my home and property so drastically that you may as well be condemning it. To recommend annexation and rezoning against all other recommendations and without the necessary studies would be both arbitrary and capricious. I do have some questions for Mr. George.
Go ahead and ask him, please.
Okay, did North Point already give the $5 million payment that was to be paid up front from the original petition?
No, the original petition is void at this point, and we are now commencing on a new petition.
Okay, so in this agreement, it says that there would be a $5 million contribution. When would the city actually receive that?
Exactly as it says in the agreement.
So what does initial mean?
You need me to define the word initial? The payment would be made exactly as it says in the agreement. The terms of the payment are in the agreement.
The terms of the payment in the agreement state that it will be an initial contribution. That is why I'm asking you what your definition of initial is, what specifically that means.
I believe the amounts of the payment are laid out in the agreement. I don't think it's left vague.
I was not asking you the amount of the payment. I asked you when the payment would be made.
According to the terms of the agreement.
Which says initial, and I'm asking you what initial means.
He's answered the question. We're going to move
A
on.
lot more than initial, so if you'd like to read the whole paragraph, I'll try to respond.
That's fine. I can see you are unwilling to answer this question.
I believe it's answered.
My next question, excuse me?
I believe your question is answered in the agreement, and I don't have the agreement in front of me at this time. So, again, if you'd like to read the whole paragraph, I will find the answer for you in there.
I'm not going to waste the committee's time reading the paragraph of the agreement that everyone has read and the terms of which I have just explained to you what they say. So I don't think that that's necessary.
Next question, ma'am.
My next question is, how is it not necessary to perform and complete a traffic study before you build?
Traffic study has been completed.
When was that traffic study completed?
I don't know the exact date.
Does Mr. Sjogren know when that traffic study was completed?
I don't know, but Mr. George, I thought I read, it's almost like an ongoing traffic study, because every 2 or 3 years, or so much gets built out, you guys would be doing new studies, would you not?
Yeah, that's correct. We will continually update it every 3 months.
That's what I thought, okay. Just so I read it right.
So there was no initial completed traffic study to project what traffic would be.
I believe that was provided at the, wasn't that in the, that was in the presentation
That's in the
that
packet, it was
yeah.
provided, and it's gonna continue to go, Mom. It's not like, they're gonna review it every so often. So it's not like a fixed in stone.
That traffic study was not to the public.
They have to review it every so many years as the building progresses, either way.
I understand that. I'm referring to the completed traffic study, which I believe it was Ms. Bide who said was included in the packet. And I'm explaining that that traffic study was not made publicly available in the petition and staff report materials that were provided to the public.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it was in the packet. I said it was at the beginning of the presentation when they were going through things. They hit some key points. I believe they even presented a date of which it was, the dates of which it was studied. So, I mean, I'm sure it's in if you wanted the reels, it's there.
So in the time that we've gone around about this, we probably could have just asked Mr. Sjogren what the date was that study was completed. I did not see that date listed on the slide regarding the traffic study.
A draft of the traffic study was completed, I believe, in April of this year.
In April of this year, okay.
That's correct.
Is there a reason why that wasn't made publicly available prior to this hearing?
That's not up to these witnesses, what's made public and what's not. What's your next question?
Next question, ma'am.
Okay. Have there been environmental studies completed regarding noise, light, air pollution, and air pollution?
No.
No? Have there been any studies completed regarding wastewater treatment, flooding, other drainage, and water supply?
There have been studies conducted by the city, paid for by North Point, in regards to wastewater, water, stormwater will be studied on a phased basis. So, but there have been studies completed or in process for water and wastewater.
Okay, so I would ask why we haven't seen them, but it sounds like that's not a question for you, so I'll move on. I guess, I'm not sure how we can, as residents, protect ourselves without having seen those studies. You know, we have the right to come before this commission and show how the effect of this project and all of those facets will affect us and harm us potentially. And this is vital information it's been entirely missing from the general public. So that's my comment on that. I'll continue with my next question. Do you realize that your project would be located in a buffer zone that has been established by both Medellin as well as Will County?
Not aware of that.
Good to know. I would think that that would be part of due diligence, but I'll move on. What happens when residents in the footprint of the project who are on private wells, what happens when there's wells, such as mine, I'm on a private well, what happens if the water capacity ends up drawing the private wells to nothing?
We don't anticipate that would be the situation. The city of Joliet is studying the water situation very carefully. So certainly taking care of private wells in the area is always.
Okay, but there's nothing in writing, so that wouldn't necessarily be bound to any remedy.
Certainly the state of Illinois has tremendous legislation in place for the protection of wells.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said there are state requirements.
There are state requirements? Okay. All right, thank you. So the language of the application materials, the development and annexation agreement that was I'm assuming is part of this hearing, denotes, which I'm only going to briefly touch on this before I get scolded for bringing this up, but the alternate bridge location that is listed, have there been any studies to determine if there is in fact another viable alternate location?
Again.
So why was that not included as part of the burden to show that ingress and egress could occur outside of the original bridge location?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
I guess I'm asking, why would you include notation that an alternative location would be a possibility if you don't even know if that's a viable option?
Well, I certainly think leaving optionality in any agreement always makes sense.
But, I mean, how is anyone supposed to know whether or not that would maintain the closed loop, whether it would damage them, their personal, anything having to do, bring any harm to the city, to the residents, anyone, if you don't know if that's a viable option? You wouldn't, correct?
So, pardon the pun, but that bridge would be crossed at that time. If an alternate is to be evaluated, it would be evaluated for all the things that you state and more.
Okay, so the answer is at this time you don't know. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So with that, my last question regarding the bridge is, I'm just curious why you feel and think that the Village of Elwood will approve your bridge when they already said no.
Well, there's litigation involved with the bridge at this point, at a minimum. So we have to wait till that plays out to see what the possibilities of the bridge are.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, can you explain why you as a private entity should be given the power to condemn property and pursue eminent domain? That is part of the agreement, so that's why I bring
We're
it up.
certainly not given that power as a private entity, and we're not asking to be given that power
But
as a private entity.
would you not have that power if you were, given enterprise zone status, which is a part of the agreement?
I'll be honest, I'm not aware of that, but you could be right. I have never heard of enterprise zone status condoning the right for the recipient to condemn property. That's not something we would be pursuing enterprise zone status for. So I'll just have to plead ignorance. I don't know that condemnation rights are something you're given with enterprise zone.
Okay. Are you aware that agriculture is one of the primary, if not the primary economic driver for the state of Illinois?
I don't know where agriculture ranks as far as, GDP in the state of Illinois, but I am very certain it is very significant, no question.
The farmland in the project footprint that is productive would certainly contribute to this economic driver. So I find that the argument that your favored economic driver of industrial is not really necessarily the primary way to make money here for the state in general. Moving on to my next question. Where are the additional parcels? The agreement had noted that there were additional parcels that could be subject to future annexation. So where are those?
They're not defined at this time.
Could those parcels be the property that you own in Manhattan? Unincorporated Manhattan?
Again, they're not defined at this time, and there's a boundary agreement, as you know, between the city of Joliet and the village of Manhattan.
Okay. Is there any property that you intend to take by eminent domain?
No. Again, we do not.
Will you resort to eminent if you aren't able to procure it in any other way?
All right, ma'am, the witness has already answered that they do not have eminent domain power, so we're gonna move on.
Okay. I thank you for your time and for entertaining my questions. I still find that this application petition is not satisfactory. It's severely deficient, and I urge you, the members of the Plan Commission, to really weigh what's before you, because this is a very large project. I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have Rachel on the line.
Who do you have?
Yes, Rachel Ventura.
Rachel Ventura, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, so, well, I've asked the members of the council before on, but I'm gonna ask the members of this board to vote no on the recommendation plan. This proposal is not what our residents need nor want. I am a Will County board member representing District 9. I've addressed the council multiple times on this, where I provided petitions of thousands of signatures. I did submit that information via public comment, so hopefully you've all had a chance to look at that. If not, I'm happy to resubmit it. Joliet does need living wage jobs from companies who will invest in their community and safety, who will protect our environment, but North Point doesn't meet these needs. This is not, they also do not meet the Will County Friendly Freight Mobility Study. Also, Will County is working on a current traffic study that is highlighted in the areas that North Point is hoping to build. We're asking that you let them finish that study, especially since Joliet continues to have traffic accidents sadly resulting in death, before annexing more land or continuing with more warehouse buildings. This is the only prudent and proper thing to do. Otherwise, anything else we do will definitely make the area worse until we know exactly where traffic patterns need to go and where best to go. I'm asking you to put the residents and needs first, and I'm asking you to vote no. The safety, water consumption, clean air, good infrastructure, and good paying jobs are what we need. You've listened to only a handful of people so far, and there are lots of questions that need to be worked through. My suggestion is that you vote no on this and ask the city council members to have a town hall or workshop where you work through each of these issues. Otherwise, what you're showing is that you're not putting your needs first of the residents, and that is a law. You have to put that first. I think someone said capricious earlier in a conversation, and that is true. We've already been tied up in lawsuits, so we do not want more money. Taxpayer money is going into something that can be easily avoided. In order to make sure that we are protecting our environment and our jobs and the safety and the infrastructure and not putting the burden on taxpayers, it's important to add conditions, and this is what the workshop can help work through. So some of those conditions might be to remove them from the enterprise zone, foreign trade, recapture agreements, or any other tax incentive that puts an undue burden on the taxpayer. It also could be limiting any people who have businesses in those warehouses once they're built to having less temp workers, so less than 15%, for example, of the company to be temp workers, ensuring that the majority of their employees are living wage jobs. And then, of course, Joliet has the ability to place the condition that any of those employees working there must pay a living wage, not just the current minimum wage, which is yet to hit $15, but an actual living wage. Until we do that, we continue to push Joliet. It's a race to the bottom. Businesses will not come here if our average income is below $30,000, which currently is rests around there. So if we want to actually rebuild Joliet and bring good jobs here, we have to make sure that our average income is well above that. Other imposed restrictions could be stricter environmental mitigations for air and for water, things like forcing electric vehicles or having some type of offset cost to clean up the air, bringing in other water so it's not a drain on our infrastructure, since we're having to pull our water from the Lake Michigan and we haven't even go through all of those things. Putting an additional strain on that will definitely hurt the taxpayers. So I'm asking that the planning board consider all of these conditions and really go through them in length. I think that what North Point will find that in order to really be profitable here, they don't want these restrictions. And these restrictions are here to help protect the taxpayers and the interests of Joliet and the residents who live here. So if you cannot, in good faith, ask the company to be a good neighbor, that company needs to go somewhere else. So I'm asking you to vote no on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
We have Marianne on the phone.
Marion Corley.
Hello.
Marion?
Marion Corley, yes?
Yes. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead. You have a comment?
Well, I have lots of comments, but
What do you have a question? Let's put
tear
it
it
that way.
down, because a lot of them have been expressed already. I believe that the local community that one lives in should provide a positive sense of place, and the threat that North Point brings does exactly the opposite. I live on Woods Avenue. I own my home. I don't know if you are familiar with Woods is, but it runs parallel to I-80, and there's an overpass on Wheeler Avenue. My street intersects with Wheeler Avenue. So I-80 is less than a half a block away from me. And I can tell you that diesel particulate is polluting our air. The sheer volume of truck traffic and frequent engine braking creates terrible noise pollution and dangerous practices of
driving well over the speed limit, tailgating and passing on the right, and innumerable crashes endanger the lives of people in our community. Things are not normal when Joliet is mentioned on WBBM, traffic on the 8th every single day. So I am concerned mainly about the huge influx of truck traffic, just in general, that will come to our local roads, I-55 and I-80 as a result of this project as it continues to go through. I have actually been considered moving. I've been in my house for over 40 years now. I own the property. But the increase of all these negative things has caused me to think about moving. I'm 71 years old, so this is not something I really want to do. COVID-19 has decimated city, county, state, and federal budgets. Improvements that have already been approved for our area, such as the ones for I-80, will most likely have to be postponed. If these issues are not addressed first, the mess we have now will seem minor. Many people who live in the existing warehouse corridor have been disenfranchised for decades. They are owed a better future for economic investment than warehouses will bring. Others who live others who live there have suffered loss of property value already. Farmland will be lost. No one would ever dream of proposing the building of warehouses on the far west side of Joliet. I consider North Point to be an appalling example of the evils that result when people who are politically powerless are at the mercy of a politically powerful few. Your initial decision to unanimously vote in favor of this annexation, ignoring the overwhelming community opposition, is government turning against the people. If you vote the same way this time, you'll be making the wrong decision not once, but twice. Our community does not want this development. Please be brave. Vote with our community in mind. Vote no to the proposed annexation. And stop North Point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Next caller.
We have Julie on the line.
What do we have?
Julia?
Okay,
Yes, this is Julie Coldwater again.
Julie, we already had you.
Hang on.
Did we not?
Hold on. There was some confusion last time. She got cut off before her comment was done, so she's back on. Julie, you've already been sworn in. Go ahead and finish up your comments, please.
Okay, very good. I did have some structure comments I would like to read. I'll get through them as quickly as I can. As stated, we are the owners and operators of Coldwater Seed Farm, LLC, primarily in unincorporated Jackson Township. We have a we're a four-generation seed farm business we have been serving the farmers in Will and surrounding counties since the early 1920s as a seed farm. Our customer base is well over 100 years old. The business itself is part of a 7-generation continuous farming operation that was begun in 1858. And it's been a part of the broader community here and known. Many will remember Coldwater sweet corn and melon business that was started by Aaron Coldwater in the 1920s. And we operated that all the way up until 2005. We want to make sure it's understood that we are landowners who will be directly and negatively impacted by the project. We potentially could face loss of land, damage to our land, loss of access to our land, damage to our business operation that is dependent on that land, and as a result, loss of income. We would potentially face an almost certain loss of at least one historically supporting farmstead, and we are at the risk of losing a second historic farm farmstead depending on how the closed loop goes. I need it to be understood that this one historical landmark, or one historical farmstead has already been approved by the state of Illinois to move towards National Historic status. I did provide a map earlier, which I hope would have helped understand where our position is in light of the project and the proposed bridge at this point. That's a 540-acre farm of contiguous farmland. We're primarily in sections 21 and 28. That's the heart of our family farm. Our footprint itself, please note that the footprint itself is almost half the size of the North Point footprint, of the Compass Business Park footprint. That's how large the farm is. You can see the farm sits between Hoff Road and Illinois 53, north to south, and Coldwater Road and Chicago Road, west to east. We want to make sure it's understood that approximately 132 acres of our farmland lies north of Mississippi Road, which is the proposed route for the closed loop. I cannot foresee any way that we will be able to maintain access to that farmland and have it function as farmland and get our equipment on that farmland if that road becomes a closed loop. The remaining acreage is south of Mississippi and runs all the way down to Hoff Road. As I stated before, the farm itself contains 2 full farmsteads that are deemed historically significant by Will County Land Use Department and the Will County Historic Preservation Committee, and they both are eligible for landmark status. I'm trying to skip through some stuff, so I'm not taking. The most significant of those farmlands is, and the one that concerns us most, is the one that is along Chicago Road. It's the original 80-acre farm established by the Coldwaters in 1858. And this historic farm with its historic farmstead is fully contiguous with the western edge of the currently proposed Joliet portion of Compass Business Park. The Illinois Department of Natural Resources has determined that this farm and its farmstead are eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, and the process for that status is currently taking place. At this point, based on the limited information we've been given or been able to discover, we have a number of specific concerns and facts regarding the project we would like to express. Regarding the closed loop and the bridge that are both proposed. Numerous presentations and documents have stated that the proposed loop and bridge over 53 and the Union Pacific track at Ira Morgan and Walter Strawn are required components of the project. This is being said despite the fact that the city of Joliet would have no jurisdiction over the land from the project's proposed western boundary on Chicago Road to the western
Julie,
end
do you have
of
anything
bridge
new to
on
add?
Walter Strawn Drive.
Julia, do you have anything new to add? Because that's been brought up several times already tonight. So do you have anything new? Do you want to
Okay.
add? Something new, brand new.
Let me.
Never been brought up by
Let
anybody.
me just. Okay. Yeah. What I'd like to do is just list then the negative impacts that we would personally be impacted by. There could be anywhere, based on a number of other documents and other discussions and presentations, we realize there could be anywhere there could be an imposition of anywhere between 100 feet to 1,000-foot wide easement that could be anywhere from 3/4 of a mile to over a mile long. We could face loss of land potentially, depending on the procedures that take place with regard to the closed loop. There's potential disruption of and breakage of our current tile system necessary to control water on our land, something crucial for our own crop planting and growth. There'd be an interruption of our farming operation and loss of additional crop acreage during road construction, if that road is developed. We would be denied access to our fields. There's potential loss of historic buildings. There would be a road being pushed through a historic district or a historic site. We're concerned about potential damage to drain tile. We're concerned about flooding of our fields. We're concerned about impeded access to our fields. We're concerned about impeding our overall farming operation due to steady truck and employee traffic that will be on the closed loop and other surrounding roads. We're concerned about impeding our customer and supplier access to our farm due to road changes, truck barriers, and added traffic. And finally, there would be potentially a loss in land value resulting from any of the above concerns that we've just had. So in light of all of that, we request that the Plan Commission vote no on the annexation and development agreement and the related project that's the subject of the hearing. And thank you for allowing me to finish that up.
Okay, thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Next caller.
We have Patricia on the line.
Patricia?
Hello?
Is this Patricia?
Yes.
Patricia, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Your questions?
My name is Ken Oikes. No, I just have a couple things to say. I'll make it short and sweet. My name is Ken Oikes, and I'd like to thank everyone for allowing us to speak tonight. I live in Jackson Township, and I'm having a hard time understanding why we don't have a say in whether or not we want North Point out our front and back doors. We live here. The majority of the residents don't want it, and two of our local governments have turned them away. Joliet decided to work with them after they were very adamantly telling us they didn't want North Point either. It's not that we're against the trucking industry, we're just against all the traffic, the noise pollution, and the garbage. We've been told it will bring long-term jobs, but most of us have jobs. North Point has made promises, so did Center Point, none of which came to fruition. They promised hotels and retail, all we got were warehouses and a couple of gas stations. Center Point still has 3,000 acres of undeveloped property. North Point wants to add another 3,000. North Point on full build out will be 5 times the size of Midway Airport. Let that sink in. The traffic will be horrendous. It sounds like North Point is putting the cart before the horse. They don't have the okay for the bridge, but yet they're acting like they do. Patrick Robinson said no bridge, no project. Nothing should be done until all the court cases have been decided. Our infrastructure is terrible, and the roads can't handle all that traffic. Our farmers have a hard time getting from one field to another with the traffic we already have. We have problems now just getting our tractors and our trailers across Manhattan Road. North Point will only hinder the township and county, not help it. They talked about the closed loop. How are we going to get those trucks coming from the east? They get off at Manhattan Road at 57, head west. They don't take 80 west at 55 because it's a longer route and it takes more time. Time is money for them and the companies they work for. Some of them end up in Abraham Lincoln Cemetery to turn around. They desecrate the grave by running over them. How is that respectful? Families go there to visit their loved ones and they hear semi-noise and warehouse noise. Again, how is that respectful? Sometimes the funeral processions are long and some of the truckers and the workers cut in front of them. And let's talk about the jewel of Madeira. Prairie grasses, plants, animals, birds, insects, that will all disappear because of the noise and the air pollution. Who's going to pay for our road damage that all this traffic will create? North Point won't. So guess what? Our taxes go up. Joliet won't see tax dollars for years. Joliet complains they're running out of water and they're looking at alternatives. We'll run out sooner if North Point comes in. They will destroy our water source. There are accidents almost every day. They'll only increase if North Point is allowed in. And ask yourself this question. Would you want this in your backyard? We don't want it. This is a horrible way to treat a neighbor. And Tom George always says they just want to be a good one. A good neighbor wouldn't ram this down our throats. And why do they pick Will County? We have some of the most fertile farm ground in the state, and Joliet wants to cover it up with concrete. Once that topsoil is gone, the land is destroyed forever. Please, do what's right for all of us, not just a few who think this is the be-all to end all. It will be the end of Will County as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have Morgan on the line.
You there?
Hello?
Did you swear to tell the truth,
This
the
is
whole
Morgan?
truth? Yes, you gotta be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
You have a question?
I'd like to first, so my first question that kind of came up was the traffic study that was done in April. Was the actual study itself done in April, or did just all of the information was collected and submitted and finished and finalized in April?
Imagine this one thing. Is there, who was that? Tim?
Tim.
Are you there?
I'm here.
When was the traffic study done? It was done in April. Is that when you finished it, or is that when you started it? Is that, what's the time date?
That was when the draft was completed. The study began in December, or actually in January.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, you got another question?
So he said it was done in January?
He started in December, January, and that's when it submitted in April.
Okay, my only concern with that is that, I mean, with the pandemic that we're in, so many people were deemed non-essential workers, so,
Yeah.
or, you know, daycare, et cetera, so you would have less people on the road. So I feel like that's kind of hinders that study in itself. And then
The
also,
traffic counts were completed in
a quick
January
question.
prior to the new list.
I'm sorry, what was that? It's really hard to hear on
It
the phone,
started
I'm not
before
gonna lie.
January, but also if you read the whole report, if you read the report, it's gonna be an ongoing issue continuously. It's not just one time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. And I also wanted to point out as well is, I don't know if you guys are aware, but us at home can hear everything as far as like all of this going on. So like the sign and stuff is kind of really discouraging for us residents to voice our opinions when it feels like we're being a burden. And we also are not being paid, and it's not our job to be there, or nor were we elected or appointed to be there. So this is just out of our own free time. Anyways, rail delays. What is North Point going to do, or Eastgate, or whatever you call yourself now? Rail delays, vessel delays, bookings rolling, container cuts, moving back. What is your plan for your tenants to hold those containers at their facility when they cannot return them to the rail? It's not an option.
I don't quite understand the question. What was it?
All right, Tom, did you hear the question?
So when booking,
There was something about what will our tenants do with containers if they cannot be returned to the rail?
That's correct.
That's not, they have to be returned to the rail. It's required. They have to be back within 3 days.
Okay, Morgan, continue.
with someone who has experience with this, bookings that the containers are on, roll and vessel delays and port congestions, not only here and overseas, as well as rail delays, that sometimes is not an option. BNSF will tell you, no, you cannot return these containers.
Okay, keep going, Morgan.
You got another question?
Yeah, I can't hear you, so that's great. And then also before, this has been going on for quite some years. At one point, a comment was made about the land being almost unused, etc. But the USDA came out with a report, the crop production report, back in November on the 10th, I believe. And I just want to make it known that they averaged that yield per acre for corn was 195 and beans were 58. And futures that day for corn was 423, which would put that at over $1 million in revenue, with the 1,360 acres of so the 1,360 acres. So that land is being used. It's creating revenue. It's creating income for families, etc. So I just want to make it known that that is not unused land, and it is very viable to the community, etc., and the homes. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're the next caller on the phone.
Thank you.
John Sherritt. Johnny, you there?
Hello, yes.
You gotta be sworn
Good
in.
evening.
John, you gotta be
This is
sworn.
John-
You gotta be
Oh, yeah,
sworn
go
in.
ahead. Go ahead.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, first thing I'd like to say to yourselves and to everybody out there listening to the show tonight is you do not have to give your address when you're speaking and addressing the city council or any other commission. That's already been resolved. Again, I'm John Sherritt, and I'm speaking today as the president of Cuttingham Neighborhood Council. Our group represents the residents of the near north side of Joliet. I have been told that we have one of the larger monthly meetings being held by any neighborhood organization in Joliet, obviously pre-COVID days. I'm speaking to oppose the annexation of the 1,360 acres for North Point. We recently did a survey of our membership, and the last question was, do you feel that the city of Joliet should put a moratorium on building warehouses in Joliet, including annexing North Point's 1,360 acres? 85% overwhelmingly said yes, put a moratorium on the warehouses. You might recall the Marriott Hotel downtown, they claimed that they took 18 months to plan that project. That was just a rehab of a piece of property. I just don't understand why Joliet wants to push this massive project through without getting all the information and the impact on the residents. What's the rush? The city is spending $246,000 for a comprehensive plan and not even including the south or east side of Joliet. Will County conducted a survey and started around August, I believe, that combines two studies centered on truck routing and land usage strategy. The previous study by the Will County freight mobility study that everybody talks about, it actually determined that there's a lack of continuous system of designated truck routes in the region, causing safety and quality life issues for the local communities. But yet Joliet ignores the facts and continues to okay big projects. Why hasn't Joliet started the same type of study for their land use and projects? Last time I checked, South Side, East Side taxpayers too, they are taxpayers too, and they should be able to determine their own future. I also filed a FOIA request to seek out how much revenue is actually being generated by all the warehouses in Joliet within our city limits, and the answer was no records exist. What's that all about? Are they afraid to show the real numbers that the costing the city more money to have these warehouses than they're actually providing generating money? Everything warehouses is a secret. Why is the city hiding all this information, delaying the information getting out? The state of Illinois is flat broke. So don't look for money from them for capital projects for at least another 5 years or longer, if then. So there goes the I-80 project and repair Route 53. For those of you sitting on the commission that say not many Joliet people are speaking out against North Point, you are out of touch with the residents of Joliet. In addition, you must not have attended the 2 town hall meetings in Joliet where the residents spoke out against North Point. I've been doing a soft look for a house for about the last 6 months. So that gentleman who talked about real estate is not suffering and everything, I have to disagree with him, because the first thing I do is look at the map and I find out where that house is at, and if it's anywhere by this truck stuff, I don't even bother looking at anything else. So neighborhoods are impacted by the truck stuff. I totally understand the unions wanting the project for their members. I get it. But please remember that we, the taxpayers of Joliet, have to live with the consequences of the traffic, etc., after they leave town and after they're gone off to do another project. Even the union members now are going to start maintaining the property once North Point is built. The real question is why the unions are not helping the future brothers and sisters in getting the ability to join a union with decent wages and benefits. Warehouse wages are generally will not pay your bills. If the unions can get a prevailing wage agreement into a city ordinance, then the city of Joliet can get some type of a prevailing wage for warehouse workers where they don't have to live off assistance plus working 40 or greater hours a week rather. We're all the big wrecks in front of these projects. In closing, please turn down this project until the proper infrastructure is in place and you do a comprehensive study of all the impact it will have on that area. This is your opportunity as a plan commission to get it right on your second vote. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Next caller. We have William in the line. William, there, William?
Hello.
Gonna swear you in, William. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Hi, I'm William Bromer. I'm a Joliet resident, and I want to encourage you to vote no on this annexation agreement. There's some very confusing things about this meeting. One, this calling in thing is really strange. You get mixed messages. The city hall actually says that it's closed, and yet other places said you can show up for it. And I'm not sure, like a previous caller said, this really seems to be being rushed through. And in section 10, page 21, there's a section that says time of the essence. And I really object to that section because there's no proof for it. This project sat for 2 years, basically, when it was at least 2 years after it failed in Elwood. And now all of a sudden something's in a hurry. The other thing is, other people mention this too, the moving Will County plan has not been completed. You don't have all of the information that you really need to look at it. One of the questions before, and as the answer was that trucks might use River Road. One of the potential things that could come out of the moving Will County would be to make River Road a non-truck road, a non-truck route. There's already people, a number of commissions and members in Joliet have said that there should be a moratorium on warehouses. You know that the warehouses at the Speedway there were not approved because of traffic on 53. You really shouldn't be allowing more warehouses. Already too many warehouses have been approved without the proper infrastructure in place. This plan will also negatively affect Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie by infringing on the agricultural buffer. And this monstrous proposed bridge is going to be a huge hinder to the view of the northern gateway of Medewan. The closed truck loop really only works for trucks. There will be a number of personal vehicles, delivery vehicles, service vehicles coming in and out through there and using all those other roads. And if something happens to that bridge, if it ever gets built, if that bridge is damaged or needs repair, then you're allowing all of these trucks on roads that really were not designed to handle those trucks. I would encourage you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, William. Next caller?
We have Teresa on the line.
Who do we have?
Teresa.
Okay, Teresa, you there?
Yes, I am.
Just swear you in, Teresa. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
My name is Teresa Pappas. Ralph and I have built a house here in Elwood 32 years ago. Previously, we lived in Joliet, and I'm originally from Manhattan, so I'm familiar with all three areas. And the detriment to the entire Will County that this project would become is unbelievable. With no planning and no comprehensive drawing, I want to see plans. I want to see where things are going. We can't even thoroughly object to what's going on because we don't have enough information. We live right next to where the part of some of this business park will be built. We live in the subdivision off of Ridge Road and Bicentennial Road. We own 14 acres in between the two subdivisions. So we have a large land line that would be shared with North Point or East Gate or Center Point or whatever they're calling themselves lately. I really don't see how anyone could okay something that hasn't really been approached in a manner of really what it is we're asking to okay. Personally, I have a huge issue with it because I am literally allergic to diesel exhaust. I have a genetic metabolic disorder that I don't metabolize sulfite and sulfur correctly. So if I become in contact with diesel exhaust, it sends me into a severe asthma attack. I've gone to the hospital because of it. I've learned to work around it, but I literally do not know if I would be able to stay in the home that we've built and intended to live in for the rest of our lives and enjoy in our retirement if this came in right next to me. It also affects all of the residents of Will County between the infrastructure, the tax base, the traffic, the pollution. I really, really ask that you consider all of Will County because it's so vital to what this is going to do to all of us that we just don't have enough information to either say yes or no. So I think at this point we need to say no and make them come up with a comprehensive plan of what is going where and when. There should be no rush. There should be no special meetings for something that's going to impact the entire county and possibly the entire state. We already have the world's largest inland port, and it is not built out to full fruition. So they still have viable places where they can keep this for now. Let's do our homework, figure out exactly what this is bringing to Will County. So I ask you respectfully to please vote no. And I also am deeply offended by the size and the back talking amongst the committee members while we were speaking. None of that went on while any of the people from Eastgate, North Point, or Compass, whatever you want to call it these days, and I really resent that it happened to us. Thank you so much for listening to us, and I really pray that you come to an agreement that is good for all of us.
Okay, thank you. Next caller?
We have Damon on the line.
Damon?
Hi.
Damon,
Yes.
you swear to tell
Hi,
the
my name
truth,
is
the whole
Damon.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I do. Okay, my name is Damon Stunich. I reside at 430 North Center Street in Joliet. I'd like to share my thoughts with the planning committee regarding North Point. You think about all the trucking and everything, and I got to thinking when Center Point was built some 20 odd years ago,
there was an amazing amount of really good positive coverage as to the impact it would have on Joliet, all positive. And now I look back, it's been 20 years, and I just look at my neighborhood throughout Joliet, and I look at where are property values? Have they kept pace? Have they kept pace with surrounding communities? Has the commute to Chicago and the suburbs gotten better or worse? Gotten safer or less safe? I've seen it. I make that commute almost every day. I've seen more accidents involving trucks, some fatal. Just in the past 2 weeks, I believe there were 2 rollover semi-trucks causing significant delays. Try to drive from one side of town to the other, especially during rush hour. I see it firsthand every day. When I commute, I check the news. What's the easiest way to get to Chicago? Is 80 or 55? Even when I head home, I'll check. I think of Joliet's roads. I mean the main ones, not the side streets. Are they being impacted? I'd venture to say yes. The side streets are also taking a pounding from the trucks. On any given day, I can point to a number of semi-trailers driving through Bridge Street, Center Street in my neighborhood, looking for a shortcut. I think you really have to ask yourself the question, has the quality of life improved since Centerpoint came to town? And I'd answer that no. And I look at it, I said, now we want to double down with North Point, or should I say a supersized Centerpoint. Our infrastructure is already near the breaking point here. You can think of even the bridges in town. And, why are they crumbling? Maybe you can point to the state as being responsible for those bridges, but they're crumbling, and you got to ask yourself why. I think we all know why. Our infrastructure needs a break. We have to really think long-term about the planning, what's best for Joliet, where we want to be in 10 years, where we want to be in 20 years. Joliet, it is a crossroads of mid-America. These trucking firms, they're going to be around. We know that. Maybe we should aim for the higher end. In just a few years, you're going to see a massive amount of electric vehicles coming online, whether it's a short-haul trucking, whether it's a long-haul trucking. You're going to see charging stations that people demand, or I should say the big firms demand. It's just headed this way. It's going to happen. You're going to see hydrogen fuel cells for the long term. Joliet should be thinking about those things and how do we participate in the growth. Those are going to be huge growth industries. That's the high end. Why do we keep aiming for the low end? And I think that's what we really have to ask ourselves as a community. So at the very least, we need a timeout until the state develops infrastructure that supports the current demand on our roads. I'd say no to North Point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Yeah, Dennis on the line?
Dennis, you there? Dennis,
Yeah,
you swear,
here.
he's gonna
I'm here.
swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Dennis.
I have a couple questions here, a couple comments. You may remember me, Mr. Dillon. I'm the guy that spoke at the previous meeting, and I said, I'm the guy that owns the land where they want to build a bridge on Ira Morgan Road.
Oh, yeah, I remember you.
Remember me?
Yep, sure do.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Joliet on picking the worst day in Illinois history for COVID to have a meeting tonight. And the next thing I have to talk about is anybody on the panel on the board, I'm looking at you, if anybody on the panel on the board that's going to vote on this could raise their hand if they're familiar with the ICC case T180011. Raise your hand.
All right, Mr. O'Connor, you can ask the witnesses questions, not the board. Please continue.
Okay. Well, I won't ask a question. I'm going to make a statement. I have in my hand a petition from Eastgate Logistics Park to the Illinois Commerce Commission asking them to approve the bridge on Ira Morgan Road on Route 53. And there's a certification here. I said, this is a lawyers know what this is. It's a 109. That's a affidavit signed by Tom George on February 15th, 2018. And he has an attorney by the name of Paul Stryker representing him, representing Eastgate, that is going to ask, he has asked the Illinois Commerce Commission to enter an order granting and authorizing the construction of a grade separation structure in substantial compliance with the proposed plans and specs over railroad tracks of Union Pacific Railroad at Strawn Drive over Illinois 53 at Ira Morgan Road and Walter Strawn in Elwood. Letter B says, enter an order directing that the cost of this project be borne by Eastgate. Letter C is enter an order finding that the subject project is the best interest in the safety of the traveling public. And letter D says, for such and other further relief as the Illinois Commerce Commission deems just and appropriate, dated February 16th, 2018, signed respectively by Paul D. Stryker. Paul D. Stryker was attorney for Elwood, Illinois, in a 15-year lawsuit where Centerpoint tried to get the same type of bridge in the same location, but was denied by the ICC, and in the end, they shut down Walter Strawn Drive. Now today, you people are sitting up there on a panel talking about 20 acres that my brother and I own in a trust that's going to be directly impacted and destroyed if the Illinois Commerce Commission approves this bridge. I just want to know from any of you people sitting up there on the board, how would you feel if you were me and somebody's going to take your land away from you and give you what they want for it, and you have nothing to say about it? Does anybody have an answer to that?
All right, Mr. O'Connor, this project is about a development inside the city of Joliet, or that will be in the city of Joliet, not a bridge that's located entirely in Elwood. This plan commission has nothing to do with that. Do you have anything else you'd like to talk about?
Yeah. What do I have? I mean, my family has owned this property for 150 years. We've been around here as long as the Coldwaters have been. My great-great-grandfather was Ira Morgan's grandfather. He came from New York in 1848 to Elwood and bought a farm. This farm, that's why I got Ira Morgan's name wrote on the bridge. On the road. And now, Ira, today, his land is going to be, well, first of all, we are annexed into the village of Elwood. Elwood and I are working together fighting this bridge. We've been held hostage here since North Point has showed up here because we can't sell our property to a developer because they could come back and sue us and say, hey, you sold us that land and you knew there was going to be a bridge built on it, possibly. We're going to sue you because you didn't reveal that. What do we do? Now, let me get to my last point here. Does North Point have an alternative bridge, an alternative site? The answer is probably no, because if they did, it would be mentioned in this petition that Paul Stryker put together for North Point. They only have one, right here. I own land on both sides. My house is within a stone's throw of Ira Morgan Road. My brother and I are going to have to move. We cannot live with the pollution. COVID has been recently associated with diesel exhaust soot. Once it gets in your lungs, you're dead. It's just a matter of time. And you're going to poison the entire village of Elwood that is against this thing and force them to move, which gives more opportunity to people like North Point, take their property and make more money off of it. That's all I have to say. I thank you people. Vote no. This is wrong. You know it in your heart. That's it. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
We have Ann on the line.
Baskerville?
Yes.
Ann, you there?
Hi, this is Ann.
Just swear you in.
Yes.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you in. So help you God.
I do.
Go ahead.
My name is Ann Baskerville, and I'm the conservation organizer for the Illinois chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our members, I ask you to vote no on this proposed annexation. As others have said, the Sierra Club is concerned this project could have negative impacts to the prairie by increasing both semi and car traffic near Medewin, which would increase noise and air pollution. Our members recreate and have volunteered for years to restore the prairie. Less than 1% of the prairie state remains in prairie, and Medewin is a rare chance to restore this critical habitat. I understand the developer stating that their project will actually reduce traffic in the area. However, our main concerns regarding this are: one, the proposed bridge over 53 is entirely within the village of Elwood, which has already rejected it. Two, if trucks were to take the proposed loop and bridge west, what is stopping them from taking Centerpoint Way to Lairway Road and then back to 53? And three, other alternatives. Has the city of Joliet considered whether the expected growth in warehousing could be accommodated inside Centerpoint Joliet in nearby properties such as the old Lairway School property and the old Caterpillar plant property? Has the city of Joliet evaluated the option of clustering warehouses in these locations, especially near the proposed Hobolt Bridge? Sierra Club advocates for land use and transportation planning that protects both people and the environment. Building warehouses so far from the interstate may result in unintended consequences. For example, even if the semis stay on the loop, increased employee traffic could exacerbate current traffic problems. For example, by making matters worse on Briggs Street and Route 53. Anyone who travels on those two roads knows what the semi-truck looks like now. From I-80 south on Briggs, it is not uncommon to witness semis backed up and releasing exhaust from starting and stopping as traffic moves slowly. Adding in more employee traffic or general traffic induced by Compass could increase this problem. The Sierra Club is concerned this will increase the amount of diesel particulate matter that residents, drivers, and workers living and driving on these routes breathe. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, prolonged diesel particulate matter exposure can increase the risk of cardiovascular, cardiopulmonary, and respiratory disease and lung cancer. As others have stated, our infrastructure is maxed out, and we need real solutions before annexing and zoning more land for warehouses. While the developer says this project will help with our traffic issues, I ask you to weigh that against the resolutions passed by the Lairway School Board, the Elwood School Board, and the Elwood Fire Protection District opposing this development. Those three taxing districts have dealt with the results of intermodal and warehouse developments for years, and their concern should matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next caller on the phone.
Yeah, Liz on the line.
You there, Liz?
Yes, hello?
Gonna swear you in,
Yes.
Liz. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and
Okay.
nothing but to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I deeply oppose the project that you're about to vote on. The proposed location for this project is morally indefensible, and here's why. Wilson Creek School is less than a mile from this development. I'm deeply concerned about the fumes that those children will be breathing next to this enormous project. I understand that those are kids in Manhattan, and in the last vote back in April, some on the city council were very focused on whether speakers were from Joliet or from surrounding areas. I ask you now, does it matter? They're human beings. These are children who would be going to school in a cloud of truck fumes from North Point. Studies show that children who have smaller lungs and faster breathing rates, so they're quickly impacted by this pollution. Before you vote, please take time to research how continuous exposure to truck traffic impacts the health of children. I did that, and that's just one reason why I've been involved in fighting this project since 2017. And also, sandwiched next to the footprint is Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. There are multiple veteran funerals here every day. I'm saddened that this meeting is being conducted during a pandemic because I'm certain that the many veterans who have shown up for past meetings would be sitting there right in front of you today. How fortunate for you that you don't have to look them in the eye when you vote whether to rezone this land. We've been given the honor of having a national cemetery located in Will County. And the federal government has said that they have plans for future phases of this cemetery that will be in conflict with North Point's bridge. It's just so awful. Our veterans do not deserve to be buried near a truck bridge.
Their families should not have to fight truck traffic to visit their loved ones. We should be fighting to provide those families with a reverent location for their loved ones. Compass Business Park would also bump up against the amazing Medewa National Tallgrass Prairie. It's the largest open space in northern Illinois, and environmental groups have been diligently working to restore the natural prairie here. Their plans for this space extend beyond our lifetime. This development would impact the native plants and animal and insect species in this area, along with countless migrations. And last but not least, this is all about the people. The people have been saying for years now that we don't want this. I have wonderful neighbors all around me right now. Some of the key vulnerable open land that North Point quietly purchased is in Manhattan Township and Jackson Township. Those folks are our neighbors, and I feel their pain as they see this development coming to their back door. To pursue this development at the detriment of a neighbor is not how I was raised. We all drive the same roads and we all breathe the same air. Those of you voting on this matter, please consider your legacy. Residents deserve smart growth. We deserve representatives who care about the community, not doing the bidding of a billion-dollar out-of-state company. I want to echo an earlier sentiment that I heard while I was waiting to talk tonight. We seldom get a second chance in life, and you have a second chance here tonight when you vote. I asked you to say no to North Point. And in closing, for anyone listening, we, the people, are pursuing lawsuits to stop this project. To find out how to join the fight, please Google Stop North Point and just say no to North Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Got next caller? We have Michelle on the line. Go ahead, Michelle. We got to swear. Yes, Michelle, we got to swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. I'm speaking today as a resident who will be impacted by the development. As a taxpayer, I urge you to vote no to annex and rezone land and improve North Point's Eastgate's logistic proposal and development. The proposal is simply in the wrong location. It will cost various taxpayers in and around the area a lot of money on roads and repairs of roads in the future. One example is Route 53 in Chicago Street. If you remember, in the summer, it had washed away. The whole pavement was gone. It has since been repaved, and it's already showing signs of wear and tear. Months, not years, after paving, with money from the taxpayers, with our current traffic. Something to highly note. Another thing to note is Movingville County is conducting a taxpayer-funded study. I think in order to make an informed decision, it's very imperative you wait till after that study is finished to vote and even consider any other projects. I urge you to vote no to Eastgate Logistics. It's not the right place. It's not the right time. An informed, well-thought-out decision cannot be made at this time. You must consider all public comments and our concerns at this public meeting. It's your job. You're a public servant. Good public servants listen to the public, they visualize the future, and see how trends can contribute to the communities and which trends cause public harm and are detrimental to the area. Be the public servant that sees the right vision for the future to make it better for the residents, not make it worse. I urge you to vote no to this proposal before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And next caller?
We have Rebecca on the line.
Rebecca, you there? Hello?
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay, I got to swear you in, Rebecca. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Okay.
Help me God. Hi, I am Rebecca Kemp-Robbins. First, the Planning and Zoning Committee, I would like to commend you for the nice job of strategically planning for downtown with the opening of Chicago Street. It took a lot of time and planning to open that up, and it was just one additional block. But what a difference it has made, and it looks amazing. I do worry about the impact North Point would have on the downtown. You spend all this time and money to make downtown beautiful and welcoming, especially to those coming off of I-80 to the south. North Point would destroy this. there's too many what ifs. We need more answers. We need the plans A, B, C, and D before voting yes. Joliet has a beautiful downtown and is the city of champions. Do not become the city of warehouses. Finally, the one important thing I think we've all learned from this pandemic is to support local. North Point is the farthest thing from local. Invest and plan in what you already have and make the Joliet community even better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got next caller on the phone.
We have Megan on the line.
Megan, you there?
Yes.
Megan,
Yes, I am.
Gotta swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Megan.
My name is Megan Cooper, and I am a lifelong resident of Joliet. And honestly, I'm not prepared for this. I just spent the last 8 hours in the ER with my 3-year-old son. But I see an importance and an emphasis on you guys hearing from residents that this is going to impact. You have a second chance to right a wrong. You have many residents that's coming forward and stating no to North Point with the impact that it's going to have on the community, the impact that it's going to have on the diversified economic development of the area. We need to learn from Center Point. Why make two mistakes? You're supposed to learn from the past, not repeat the same actions. You want to talk about North Point bringing jobs. Let's talk about robotics and technology. Those jobs in a few years are going to be gone. So what's going to happen to the area? No jobs because of computers taking over the jobs that's already been done. Look at McDonald's. They wanted raises. Now they're replacing every little thing that they can at McDonald's with robotics. Even from people taking your order is a machine. This is going to happen with North Point. This is going to bring down the area. It's going to end up impacting the whole area as far as the economic development, as far as people being able to afford homes, and it's going to bring down the communities. We deserve diversified economic development, so please say no to North Point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have Margie on the line.
Margie, you there?
Yes, I am. Margie
You swear you
Seacon,
in.
1114.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Margie, all right. Margie Seacon, 1114 Wood Iris Drive in Joliet.
All right, I need to swear you in, Margie. You swear to, Margie, you swear to tell
Okay.
gotta swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners and Chairman. In preparing to speak today, I combed through the information provided in the agenda packet, as well as the attachments to the agenda itself regarding the North Point project, and found that crucial information about two vital aspects of the project was missing. This information, specifically regarding the water supply as well as air quality, is not only vital to the health and safety of the public, but to each of you as commissioners as well, in order to make an informed decision. Though a brief overview of the uncompleted water study regarding water usage from the project was provided tonight by Mr. Bones, more information is absolutely necessary and actually should be required, since, as we all know, Joliet is facing a serious situation with our current water supply, which is forecasted to be depleted in 10 years. Therefore, I am surprised that the water supply analysis was not completed and provided in the agenda packet in advance of this meeting, so that meaningful analysis and discussion regarding how the proposed project, as a new user in Joliet, will affect the city's dwindling water supply. So as a City of Joliet resident, I am very, very concerned about water, and I do believe I have a right to know how this project will affect the water supply in our city. So I have some questions, and I think they would be for Mr. Bone. Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll, Mr. Bowden.
Okay.
I'm here.
My first question is, how many gallons of water would be and will be required and available for immediate use for fire suppression for the project?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Then that could be depending on the fire. And there's no way of answering that question.
Well, I do understand that there needs to be a pressurized fire suppression system, and I am just curious, due to the size of this project, how many gallons that would be, given our current crisis with our water supply.
Depends on the classification
So-
of the building, size of the building, clear height of the building, and what's stored in the building.
Okay. So, I'm asking, I have a couple other questions, and the reason why I'm asking is because of that critical 10-year period that we have in our current water supply. And I am concerned that based upon the high and low use projections of the industrial park in conjunction with the amount of water, the number of gallons that are needed for the fire suppression system, would that shorten the 10-year period that we have left for our water supply? And I am curious as to where can we find information about that. I've been following the water supply situation in Joliet for quite a while, and I know many other residents have as well. So I think this information is really pertinent to this hearing this evening.
As I, in my previous testimony, stated, the City of Joliet's engineering staff is currently working on a comprehensive study on water usage for the business park. That study is in draft form, it is not completed yet.
I'm so sorry, I can barely hear you.
The City of Joliet staff, engineering staff, is currently working on that comprehensive study that has that information that you're asking about. The study has not been completed yet and has not been released.
And you're one of the engineering firms working with the City of Joliet on that water supply? I mean, I just want to know, when is this information going to be released? Because I think this is critical for the City of Joliet residents to know. Will this shorten the 10-year period? Because the water supply hasn't been chosen yet, but we're going to need every bit of those 10 years to get the new pipeline in from wherever it's going to come.
The answer to
Hello?
when the study is going to be completed will have to be asked of the City of Joliet engineering staff. They're the ones completing the study.
Okay, and would I also get the information that portion of it, as well as the low and high water use projections for the proposed industrial park as well?
That will all be in the study. That will all be in the study once completed.
I'm sorry. Again, I'm just having trouble hearing you.
It will all be in the study once completed, ma'am.
And in that study, will it also analyze the effects on the private wells of City of Joliet residents? Since some of the residents I know are not connected to city water.
Yes, ma'am.
It will? And do you know if that study will be completed prior to the the zoning meeting or the city council meeting later on in December?
Again, the date of completion of that study is a question for the City of Joliet's engineering staff.
Okay, thank you. I think I have a couple of other questions too, but I'm not sure if they can be answered based on information that was given earlier in this hearing. So thank you very much, Mr. Bone. So I'm going to move on to my next section, and the next section is in regards to section 47-14.14, part 2 of the Joliet zoning ordinance, which provides that, quote, emissions of particulate matter, smoke, and other atmospheric pollutants except odor from uses in I-1 districts shall not exceed the secondary air quality standards promulgated, by the State of Illinois Environmental Protection Agency. And I do understand from information provided earlier this evening that an air quality study was not completed. And so, since this is a new industrial project, a new user of significant size, I believe as a Joliet resident, I do have the right to know the projected effects on air quality as a result of the project. So though that air quality was not completed, I think Joliet residents, there should be a study completed and outlining a couple of things that I've put together here. One, based on the information regarding the 3,000 to 5,000 daily trucks coming into the potential and newly annexed land into Joliet, along with the commuter traffic into the development, what are the projected effects to the air quality on the south side of Joliet, already overrun by trucks, and to the city overall? Is it going to be within the limit of those secondary regulatory standards for I-1 districts established by the EPA? Then, if the current bridge plan is not approved, is denied in court, I'm just very curious as to alternative sites for that bridge. Due to the fact that there are residential areas along 53, would that bridge possibly be located near Cedar Creek, a substantially sized residential area, and what are the effects on air quality there? And furthermore, what about the trucks? Regardless of the closed loop, regardless of the bridge, what about the trucks that are going to sneak through Center Point to access Laraway in order to get to 80 quicker? They're not going to take Humboldt Road Bridge once that's built, because that's going to be towards 55. So they're going to sneak through Laraway, connect to 52 to Briggs Street to I-80. So, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, trucks already do this right now. We don't have the Humboldt Bridge yet, but trucks are already cutting through Center Point, not using the route provided for Center Point, cutting across Laraway to 52 to Briggs Street and I-80. So the air quality, Laraway School had to move because of this, correct? So what is North Point going to do about the air quality there? This is an issue. And I believe there isn't enough information this evening to have a vote. So I think that we need a completed water analysis regarding our water supply. And will that time period be shortened to less than 10 years? Because then we're in really big trouble. And there needs to be an air quality assessment with projections made. I'm sure North Point, though tenants have not been established yet as businessmen, I'm sure that there are forecasts and projections for intended users. So this can be done. An air quality study can be done and should be done. This isn't just going to affect the south side. This air quality issue and the water issue for sure will affect the city overall. So again, I encourage you to delay the vote tonight. Get the information. Let the city of Joliet residents know, hey, this could happen. This could happen. And this can't be an oops. These are serious issues here, water supply and air. And again, I hope you delay the vote. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next caller?
We have Jeremy in the lane.
Jeremy, you there?
I am there. How are you doing?
Going fine. Gonna swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Is Tom George still on the line?
He's still here to answer questions.
Hello, Mr. George. How you doing? Good.
I'm well, Jeremy, thank you.
I have a question for you. Have you, as the VP of Acquisitions for North Point, you've presided over a number of these projects, I assume, yes?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Jeremy.
As the VP in charge of acquisitions, you've presided over a number of these different projects, yes? Similar business parks?
One park in Chicago, one park here.
Okay. Have you ever experienced this level of resistance from veterans groups, from environmental groups, from residents around the area that you have with this particular project?
Certainly, there's always a robust conversation around every project.
Okay. One of my questions to you is, with the fact that the closed loop provided, of course, let's assume that the bridge happens, right? And that there is a closed loop. My master's degree is in transportation. I work in the transportation industry now. I know a number of truckers. I know a number of manufacturers. I know a lot about the trucking industry. And one thing I know about it is it's very difficult. It's a difficult job. There's very close deadlines you have to meet as a truck driver. And honestly, there's been a driver shortage for a long period of time. Since it's such a difficult job, truckers will do anything they have to do to make their lives a little bit easier. If this bridge is backed up, are there any other entrances to the Compass Business Park besides that bridge?
Not at this point.
What's that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not at this
point. At this point, there is no, the bridge is not approved and there is no other access point approved.
Okay, let's say the bridge is approved. Would there be any other access point to the business park?
The intention is to have, a single point of access, but again, that's today. But right now, we don't have that single point of access approved.
Okay, so I mean, one thing I did see in the original agreement was if there was delays considered excessive, that you would work with the municipality on temporarily authorizing truck traffic via a mutually acceptable alternative route. Now, of course, your agreement, as you mentioned, is null and void. This is a different agreement now, right? But in the original agreement, there was a contingency for if that bridge was to get backed up, right?
I'm sorry. Say that again?
Oh, I'll summarize a little bit. Basically, what's saying is in the original agreement, if there was a delay impeding regular vehicle use for a period of in excess of 2 hours, I'm reading from the agreement, the city shall temporarily authorize truck traffic routing via a mutually acceptable alternative route. So, per the original agreement, you would have the ability to use different ways into Compass besides the single product.
I'm not sure I follow you, but only in the case of an emergency and only at the discretion of the city. We don't get to determine what an emergency is.
So being that as it is, being that I live in the area, 55 is subject to numerous delays. The bridge as itself is a bottleneck by itself. I'm really big on process myself, so I understand the theory of bottlenecks very much. So that by itself is a bottleneck. So by rule, if you're a truck driver, you have a tight deadline to make, and there's a delay of any kind on that bridge, you're going to find another way around it. That way would probably end up around the surrounding community. So my main argument against this is that by definition, by the very design of the transportation industry and how things are organized right now, trucks will come onto our streets. They will drive traffic on 53. They'll drive traffic on all the existing roads that are already overcrowded. And that's really the crux of what my problem is here. It's that it's a bad design because we don't have the infrastructure for it, and it's in a bad place. And I do appreciate, Mr. George, you coming on this call. You're in the lion's den. It's not easy, but saying that there's a closed loop is not really true because it really can't be a closed loop by the design of how trucking operates. I mean, one other question I had, Center Point, it's an intermodal facility, but North Point is not going to be an intermodal facility, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So North Point by itself, because it's not intermodal, it's going to have to get access. Any truck that's going to have to get to the rail yard at Center Point, they're going to need to travel from one place to the other. Now, if again your single point is backed up, or simply if you're a trucker and you find a faster route, you're going to take that faster route. So generally, because you're not intermodal, it's a warehouse building. It's gonna drive truck traffic through the area by definition. That's just the way it is, and that's just the way I see it. Now, I am not going to present much more evidence that's not already been presented to you. I'm speaking to the commission now. But what I will say is, it's located right next to a veterans cemetery. It's located right next to a national grassland. Treasures that we have in Joliet that are very precious to us. Plan this out properly. Put it somewhere else. Put it in a place that has better access. I'm not saying that this can't happen. I'm saying that the planning for it is wrong. It's in the wrong place. The design is wrong, and it goes against common sense, and it goes against, human nature. Please vote against this arrangement and develop a plan for the south side of Joliet that will, if we have to have more logistics hubs, okay, but do it in a way that already the environmental studies have been done. Make sure that we have the infrastructure built in for it. Make sure that essentially the planning's been done, and then bring the business park in. Don't do it in the opposite. That's what's happening right now. You can do better. We need good planning for this city. I have really high aspirations for this city. I think we can do great, but we have to have good planning, and putting a business park in, and then figuring out the environmental, or approving the annexation, then figuring out the environmental impact, then figuring out the traffic, then figuring out the water usage. That's not the way planning's done. I ask you to reconsider this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
You have Stacy on the line?
You there, Stacy?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Got to swear you in, Stacy. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Stacy. Any questions?
Thank you. My name is Stacy Myers. I'm Open Land Senior Counsel, and I have questions for Eastgate after my testimony regarding the item before the commission. May I proceed?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, there is a lag between, I have to mute my computer screen, so there's inherently a lag. I can't see your reactions as I'm talking. So if I pause, I apologize. I'm trying to keep, I can't sync up. Open Lands with Joliet as a stakeholder in the Moving Will County Planning Initiative. We were part of the original delegation that planned mixed uses across the former Joliet Arsenal and from Center Point, UP Intermodals in Joliet to Medewan National Tallgrass Prairie. We gathered support for near $1 billion in transportation improvements, including the Hobart Road Bridge, so freight complements rather than undermines your area. North Point threatens that balance we all planned for, needlessly sacrificing health, homes, property, livelihood, the general welfare of communities and natural resources. We urge you, please vote no for the proposed annexation and development agreement and rezoning of Eastgate to build North Point. The prescribed annexation and rezoning is unlawful, cannot be built as proposed, and is devoid of details on project impacts. This essential evidence is required to respond to and protect our rights. The agreement with its terms amounts to a contract for legislation. The agreement prescribes annexation of non-contiguous property that is illegal. Speculative annexation outside of the agreement does not make it legal. Phasing the development is impossible and must be eliminated. Per the agreement, northern parcels would be developed first. The agreement requires nothing be built anywhere, and you are the ones that basically brought this to the forefront in the last Planning Commission meeting, until a Route 53 bridge is under construction in the southern Phase 2 project area. Otherwise, you have no closed loop. The prescribed zoning is illegal. Joliet's zoning ordinance prohibits special uses and variations expressly, truck containers and wheeled storage in I-1 zoning districts. And I do believe before you is whether or not to zone this property in an I-1 zoning. I-1 zoning is inconsistent with the proposed use. City Council voted down much smaller truck terminals seeking I-1 zoning, as well as warehousing. North Point could stage over 20,000 trailer containers across 1,300 acres. This is not clean and quiet. Established noise for truck activity ranges from 95 to 126 decibels. This would be next to residential property and affect noise-sensitive uses like the cemetery and Medewan. Evidence to annex and rezone for the intermodal is woefully deficient. There are no restrictions on how the complex will be operated, what it will store, where. People were never given the opportunity to review and respond to the mentioned traffic study or market study. All we have is conclusions. 0 studies are available on major impacts regarding wells, air and water pollution, noise, vibration, light, flooding, drainage. This is an item on the Will County Freight Plan checklist that Eastgate has failed to meet. No evidence presented as to whether stormwater or effluent would pollute Jackson Creek, which is protected under your ordinance, has been provided to you or to us as the public. Nothing until after Joliet binds itself to the project. People cannot defend their rights against a ghost, nor can government adequately defend against the tax burden, capacity, and revenue drain without information. This is a blank check that Eastgate expects you to sign with forecasts of much greater costs than the $6 million you might receive. This deficient, opaque petition must be rejected. North Point defies your South Joliet comprehensive plan, which we respect, replacing residential with a heavy industrial use. People live in areas in addition to where they have said in the northeast corner of the project area. This conflicts with your water supply planning warning about adding major sources, and the Will County Freight Plan's call for freight to complement agriculture and protect communities' way of life, failing several criteria. It contradicts principles in the Will County Freight Plan and CMAP plans to build intermodals within 1.5 miles of the interstate, not 7 to 8 miles away. There is a reason that is in there. It is too expensive to maintain the roads. That will fall on you and everyone else around you. Public notice for this hearing is contradictory and confusing, curtailing people's rights to be heard and ask questions at Eastgate. A notice first said 2 hearings and was not retracted in the second paper, calling for 1 hearing. Language says people only have 4 minutes and can't ask questions. In another place, possibly you can. At the beginning of this hearing, it was expressed that questions are discouraged. We have no comparable access via Microsoft Teams. These imbalanced processes and restrictions are a violation of the public's rights. This is a serious press report. This is serious as press reports we hit a grim milestone. Today, 1 in every 1,000 Illinois residents have died from COVID. I'm high risk due to health reasons and cannot be in a room of unknown size with 9 other strangers who may not be masked or tested in any way with an unknown HVAC system. Calling in, I cannot present like Eastgate has or see reactions as part of my follow-up on responses to questions because I need to turn off my computer to call in. Otherwise, there is feedback. Last, the Route 53 bridge, as you have so often heard, is not viable, and there is no other proffered alternative. This petition needs to show adequate egress and ingress. It does not have it. The bridge is opposed by the jurisdiction that controls the land and neighboring landowners, and widening 53 to accommodate this project would impermissibly take 2 sources of federally protected land. We urge you to vote no to the proposed agreement and rezoning for North Point. I have questions, please.
Could you get to the questions?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
May I please may I please ask questions of Mr. George?
Ask the questions and we'll get him back on here. He's listening. Go ahead.
Thank you. The agreement requires Joliet to support you in seeking enterprise zone status. Do you intend to seek enterprise zone status?
Yes.
Would you consider farmland in the area to be blighted?
That's not a determination I can make.
Next question.
Well, if you are seeking enterprise zone status, one of the things that you look at is whether or not the area is blighted. It is something that you do to seek that status. Do you consider farmland in the area to be blighted?
He's already answered that question. Move on.
I did not hear the answer, sir. I apologize.
He could not answer that question, so move on, basically.
But someone else from Eastgate answer that question.
No, it's not a determination for Eastgate to make. Move on.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand who made that determination.
That is not a determination for Eastgate to make as to whether or not farmland is to be considered blighted. Next question, please.
I'm sorry, who is speaking? I cannot see.
My name is Chris. I'm the attorney for the city.
Oh, wonderful. Chris Regis. Thank you so much. The problem with that is if they are the ones seeking enterprise zone status, then they in fact have to show that the land is blighted. And so it is a valid question for Eastgate.
And he's already stated he cannot answer that.
I am asking if anyone else could, please.
No.
Next question.
Could Eastgate basically state if there's someone else available?
No. Is there any other questions other than that one? Because that one's done and over with.
Understood. Would that property be in addition to property on the map? If there is any property which is, hold on, there is mention that there could be annexation of properties not on the map of the current footprint provided in the notice for this hearing. Is that correct?
It is.
And are there any properties in which you have discussed with Joliet which would fall under that category?
That question was asked earlier, and the answer was that there have been no discussions or determinations about other properties.
So that doesn't include the FAA property?
The question's been answered.
Is the FAA property on the map?
The maps have
As part of
been
the
provided as,
annexation agreement.
the maps have been provided as exhibits. You can see what's on there and what's not.
I can't understand what I'm looking at. The box is too small. I'm asking the question if the FAA parcel is included in part of the project area under this agreement.
No, it's not.
Thank you. So, in looking at the one slide that was put up as basically the iconic slide for the Route 53 improvements, would the proposed traffic route involve expanding the Route 53 footprint?
I'm sorry, is there a question in there?
Somebody did the traffic, I'm sorry, did somebody do a traffic study?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, too.
Correct. So does that study and does the proposal, of which they said they've done a lot of work, involve expanding the Route 53 the Route 53 footprint?
No.
More pavement will not be added to Route 53?
No.
Because in previous renditions, there were turn lanes, correct, to be able to turn around?
No, the answer is no.
Turn lanes are there today. They will be removed.
I see. And how much additional truck traffic do you anticipate on Route 53 overall, with everybody turning around and coming in and out of your solutions?
We expect none.
They're not using 53 to get in and out of it.
Except when they need to turn around, correct?
If there's a lost truck, whether that truck is seeking the existing parks today or seeking ours, they will be sent on their way correctly, and that's it. We would anticipate that to be a very
And one of those routes is,
number of trucks.
and one of those routes is south through Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie, correct?
I'm sorry?
And one of those routes is south through the center on 53 of Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie, correct?
I don't think it goes through Medewin Tallgrass Prairie. Route 53 is the southern route.
Route 53 goes straight through the center of Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie. Are you aware of this?
I'm aware of the Route 53 route, yes.
Have you all studied how the induced traffic from this project is going to affect Medewin National Tallgrass Prairie?
Have we or will we? What was your question?
Have you? Have you?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate your participation.
Okay, thank you. Next caller.
We have Anthony on the line.
You there, Anthony?
Yes, I'm here.
Where you in, Anthony? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you got questions?
No questions, just I wanted to make a statement. And I'll keep it fairly simple. You know, I live very, very close to this proposed business park and would just like to come out and say that I'm strongly, like many others, greatly opposed to this project for many reasons. And I hope that you guys all do vote no on this tonight. I know it seems like we're almost beating a dead horse here with you seat holders. And the aggravation on your end is shown. I get it. But you have to understand, I think that these repetitive concerns are great concerns that we all do have, and that we've had for a long time, and they're still seeking answers that aren't there, that are not provided. So I think the fact that you guys want to cut people off and to suggest them telling you want new things to be said, but it isn't this whole thing repetitive, right? We've been here. We've gone down this same road. So for you guys to say new, it doesn't make any sense to me. I feel you guys sit on that board. You have your opinion made, but I wish tonight that maybe you reconsider, and I hope you all do vote no. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next caller?
You have Aaron on the line?
Who is it, Aaron?
Aaron.
Aaron, I swear you in. You there?
Yes.
You tell...
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your statements.
And to God, I swear.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Gallagher. I am the volunteer spokesperson for Stop North Point LLC, and I'm here to represent not only myself, but 35 plaintiffs, many decorated veterans, many Joliet residents, as well as numerous contributors and supporters, many of whom are your constituents, as well as your neighbors region-wide. I realize I'm in alpha 4 of this hearing, and I respect that we don't want to waste time being redundant, and I promise you the only people who want this meeting to be over faster than you do are the many of us who have fought this opposition for over 3 years. So if I touch on topics that have already been discussed, it's because I intend to ask different questions, or I was unable to hear it in the first place because it is extremely difficult participating in this remotely in this manner. But first, Mr. George, I'd like to ask you, isn't it your goal, you've said all along, that you've wanted to get as much participation with the community and feedback as possible? So, and if that's the case, would you be willing to set this matter over until a time when more people can truly participate and fully and meaningfully participate?
We're in a process that
Hello?
needs to keep moving. Hello.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything.
I said we're in a process that needs to keep moving. This is part of the process, listening to you and the public now.
Okay. So does that answer the question? If you're willing to set the matter over, it sounds like you're not willing.
No, we're willing to continue with this process and to continue to listen to you right now.
So my first question is about the agreement, and I'm not sure if this was discussed before because I really have had a hard time following this hearing, and I've tried to as best as I can. So if it's been discussed, if you could please just answer my question, and I promise to move on. But the pre-annexation agreement, is that currently still in place, or has it been terminated? Is it still in force?
The agreement that is being considered tonight is the agreement you have.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the pre-annexation. Is the pre-annexation currently still in place? Does this terminate that one?
This agreement is the agreement that will control the development.
Yes, sir, but that still isn't my question. Mr. George, in your opinion, does the pre-annexation agreement commit this board to a yes vote? Would it be allowable or legal for this board to vote no at this point?
Mr. Chairman, could I object, please? That question is not posed for... Mr. George isn't a lawyer, nor does he make determinations for the city. His opinion on the validity of the agreement is irrelevant.
All right, Ms. Gallagher, hi, it's Chris Regis.
I'm sorry, who...
Hi.
I'm sorry, who is speaking, please?
That was Tom Osterberger. Aaron, I'm objecting to your question because Mr. George's opinion on the legality of that is not an issue here. He didn't testify for it, and it's an improper question. If you have a question regarding what he testified to or something regarding the project, then go ahead and ask.
Okay, Mr. Regis.
I have a right to object in the same way you have a right to ask questions.
And what is the decision of Mr. Regis? Can I ask, whom do I ask? Is the pre-annexation agreement currently still in place?
You can ask any
To
question
whom
you
do I
want
ask
to,
that
but
question?
the
I
fact
mean,
of
it's
the
the
matter,
planning commission, right? We should be able to ask that question.
you're asking for a legal conclusion from a non-attorney, so he's not qualified to answer that question.
Well, let me remove the legal component of it. I mean, I think that doesn't the commission need to know that?
The commission
if
understands.
the pre-annexation agreement is nullified. Mr. Regis, I'm sorry, I really am struggling to hear who's speaking.
The commission understands that they may vote any way that they want to vote, and they are not bound by any prior agreements.
Okay. So I know that the bridge has been discussed, and I think that my question about the bridge is different. Concerning the bridge, and the alternate routes, what discussions, if any, have been had concerning alternate routes? I understand that you haven't finalized any, but what discussions have been had concerning these?
Okay, that's been asked earlier, and the answer was that there had been no discussions regarding alternative routes right now.
I'm sorry, who's answering my question, please?
That was Chris answering your question.
Okay, so North Point has said that they have also, the question is to North Point. There have been no discussions within North Point about alternative routes?
There have been no discussions regarding alternative routes.
Okay. Next, I'd like to follow up with some of the statements, Mr. George, that you made earlier tonight. And during the April meetings, you said that you had met with cemetery officials and that they were in favor of your project. In fact, you specified that they only raised one concern, and that was the semi-trucks driving over graves. You also said tonight that the letter from the VA that had been discussed, I'm not going to rehash that, but you testified tonight that when the VA issued that letter, that they were not in possession of all the facts, and that you since met with them to provide them with the complete facts. Did I understand those comments correctly, Mr. George?
We met with them and provided them additional material and additional facts, additional information.
Okay. And as I understand it, they are considering your project, and you, as I heard you said they're even in favor of some of your proposals. So my question is, if you met with them, as you say you had prior to the April hearings, how were they not in possession of the complete facts when they wrote such a strong letter? I mean, it wasn't just an opposition, it was a strong opposition in August. And more exactly, what facts in particular did they not have in April, between April and August?
You would have to ask that question of Mr. Matterone, who wrote the letter.
But didn't you say that? What were you alluding to when you said that they didn't have all the facts? Was there anything specific, or was it generally you just thought that they didn't have it?
What information he had or did not have when he wrote the letter, you would have to ascertain from him.
Okay. So as of this meeting tonight, for this commission, are you in possession of any letter or written letter from the VA rescinding their earlier objection? Have they rescinded their objection to this project?
No.
Okay. So I think it's important that we put a fine point on this for the commission, and that we all need to be keenly aware, in addition to your testimony tonight, that the official position of the United States Department of Veteran Affairs is that they have, quote, strong concerns. And those are their words and not mine. And there's nothing that has been presented tonight that has changed that. Is that correct?
That's for you to determine.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mr. George, you also brought up an issue that I wasn't planning to discuss, but you made some statements earlier to Mrs. Coldwater and Mrs. Baskerville about how you're committed to working with farmers to ensure access to various roads, fields, and such. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly, Mr. George? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
That is correct.
Okay. So in response to some of those specific statements tonight, I think it's important that we discuss with this commission the circumstance surrounding North Point's Kubota facility along Homestead Lane, south of I-35, west of Waverly in Edgerton, Kansas. North Point improved that Homestead Lane, creating these beautiful curbs and medians. I mean, they were pretty good looking. It's a great road, right, Mr. George?
I could not tell you.
Okay, well, I could. I've seen it, and it's a really good-looking road. Nice curbs. However, that full length of road from the Kubota at the west all the way east to Waverly Road, which is where they have the blasting site, by the way. That's the port that I'm talking about. They have one solid median down that road. So the result is the residents, including a hay farmer, across the street from Kubota, across the street from the North Point development there, can't turn left out of their driveways. The whole long length of that road. So your improvements have indeed caused more truck traffic, more traffic issues, limited the rights and abilities of landowners down there. So my question is, how can you guarantee, and what assurances are in this new annexation agreement? What does this commission need to hear from you that protect our Joliet and Will County farmers here so they don't have the problems like these unbroken medians that you built in Kansas?
I can't speak to whether that's a problem in Kansas. I can't speak to the landowner, whether that's a problem, whether he agreed to that or not. Anything that's done here will be done in conjunction with the city, in some cases with the county, in some cases with the state, and everybody will be involved to make sure that the folks who abut these roads have proper access. We have always considered access to be important. There are state laws which require access to be maintained. So these are not things that we can just walk away from. We are keenly interested in taking care of our farming neighbors. They're very important to us. We'd like to see them be able to stay, continue to enjoy their farms. And, we're buying land from some of them. Some of them are farming for us. We have relationships with most of them. And, we treat these people with the utmost respect. So we certainly are not going to do anything to cause them harm. And they will be participating in these processes.
Well, I think you and I have been around this rodeo a couple of times, and I think we both know that there have been a lot of residents and farmers that would totally disagree with you in projects that you've done already. But I think the question is that I'm raising is that what guarantees and assurances are in the annexation agreement so that we don't have to just sit here and take your word for it? Can you point to something specifically?
Just like a lot of the other statements that have been made, these are state laws. So, pollution is governed by state laws. Access is governed by state law. All these things, drainage is governed by state law. Noise is governed by state law. There are laws in place for all of these things. The city has very knowledgeable people. They know what needs to be in the agreement and what is already covered by law. And access is by right. So all these things do not need to be mentioned in the agreement because they're provided for in law.
Well, okay then. So let's move on. Another point that you brought up, Mr. George, was about the substantial turnaround on Mississippi. And I admit I didn't hear a lot of your explanation because of the in and out nature of the internet, as well as the hot microphones of the commission members. So if you could please describe that facility a little bit, or let me know where in an agreement the details are if I missed the details of that in the annexation agreement.
That is not covered in the annexation agreement because that is not currently on the Joliet property.
Okay.
It's a commitment we have made from the very first day of the project. It's a commitment we made to the Village of Elwood when we were looking to, when we were in discussions with the Village of Elwood. It's a commitment we have made to the cemetery. It's a commitment we've made to Joliet. I think everybody knows it's out there and is going to hold us to it. But it's not something that we can cover in this agreement because it's not on Joliet property at this point in time.
Okay. So is it, so that's on Elwood property then? I'm not sure if that's considered Jackson Township where you're planning to put it or the Village of Elwood.
The actual turnaround would be on North Point property.
North Point property, but I understand that all of the stuff is going to be on North Point property, but I'm asking you which municipal jurisdiction. Is it, if it's not Joliet, as you say, which one is it? Is it?
The actual turnaround would be.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? I can't hear you.
The turnaround would be built on North Point's Elwood property. Our property that is.
In Elwood, okay. And is this property that you currently own?
Yes.
Okay, so this is an Elwood property in the Village of Elwood that you currently own. During the initial presentation, I heard someone testify that all of the semi-trucks would access the trucking warehouse park and the trucking warehouse facility through a dedicated truck route. And again, I apologize. I could not ascertain as to who was speaking during that initial presentation, but I'm not sure if it was staff that introduced it or if you or one of the gentleman that was speaking, but I just wanted to see, did I hear that correctly, that all of the semi-trucks would access your facility through that dedicated route?
It will access it through routes that we and the city of Joliet mutually agree to.
So you're talking about more than one. There was access to your facility through more than just your dedicated truck route.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so you said that it would be access. I'm struggling to hear you. I'm not trying to make you repeat things, but from this perspective, you sound like you're in a tin can, and I'm picking up about 60% of what you're saying. My question is concerning the truck route. Earlier tonight, I heard somebody say that all the semis were going to be accessed to your facility through a dedicated truck route, and then I believe you just said that that's not the case, that you didn't say that you're saying that it would be dedicated, that it would be routes that you and Joliet would agree upon, suggesting that there could be more than one and they may or may not be dedicated.
Again, we've only discussed one route at this point. Other routes have not been discussed. The route that has been discussed is in the Village of Elwood. It's not approved. And until it reaches a point where we decide to go elsewhere, that's the end of the discussion right now.
Well, it's the planning commission. I mean, these are the kinds of details that should be discussed at a planning meeting. Unless they're not discussed at a planning meeting, is it a plan that's to be decided later?
Next question, Aaron.
The point that I'm trying to make, obviously you're not going to answer the question, but the point that I'm trying to make is if all the trucks are going to be on a dedicated route, and if this closed loop really does work effectively, then why would you have the need for this Mississippi turnaround, as you say, for inherent loss trucks? I mean, you're saying, you said there were inherent loss trucks. If this closed loop genuinely, effectively protects our treasures, like Medeowan, the Bison, these Century family farms, historic Route 66, the historic preservation properties. If this closed loop truly mitigates all the damage to Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery and all of them, what is the need to have this dedicated truck turnaround on Mississippi right in the heart of all of that if you have an effective, working, dedicated closed-loop system?
Aaron, are you aware of how many trucks turn around in the cemetery today?
I can't hear you, sir.
Are you aware of how many trucks turn around in the cemetery today? Every week.
Substantially more aware than you are. I'm asking if the closed loop is going to fix it or if you're still going to need Band-Aids.
Aaron, those trucks are trying to reach Elwood sites. We're on the other side of the highway. We can't stop what those trucks are trying to do. So we're building around to make an attempt at stopping the trucks that are trying to get into the Elwood Park, to invite them into our park,
To make an
around,
attempt?
educate them, and send them in the right direction.
Okay, any other questions, Aaron?
Yes. Concerning the emailed comments and statements already submitted, have those been provided to the board, and what time were they provided? My questions being, how many pages of comments and how much time did the board have where they were able to amply review those comments before the vote is taken tonight?
We got all kinds of emails throughout the week.
Yeah, we got them throughout the week, and I read every one of them.
Any other thing else?
Who was that speaking, please?
Jim Caparelli and,
I'm sorry.
it's Jim Caparelli.
So the board members were able to get the emails as they came in?
Yes, they were forwarded
Is
us to us.
that what you're saying?
Yes, they were forwarded to us in,
Okay.
I believe, a timely fashion, so we got them throughout the week.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And to North Point, what was the purpose of petitioning Joliet for the 103 acres and then not follow through with purchasing it?
Well, that's a faulty question because that land was purchased by North Point. So they did follow through with it and purchase it.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. The other parcels, what discussions, if any, has this board had concerning, and I'm talking specifically about this board, had concerning the other parcels that are mentioned, additional growth, phase 2, 3, or 4?
There haven't been any discussions I'm aware of.
No, we do, the only discussions we have
So you've not-
there's no side discussions on this.
That's not involved in this.
That's not the question. That's not the question. I mean, in terms of, and purposes of planning, obviously North Point continues to grow. So where are they going to grow? We know that they're going to require other parcels. If you're going to sign something that says you're agreeing to other parcels, what discussions have been made about planning for them? How many are there? How big are they? What are you committing yourself to, and what discussions have you had to kind of mitigate any potential problems with that?
That question has already been answered. There have been no discussions.
So there is no way that this is going to come out sounding nice, but it just has to sound like you're making a decision about taking on parcels and you've made no discussions about what they could be?
When those discussions happen, we'll discuss which parcels are going to be taken on. Right now, none are.
And who is speaking, please?
This is Chris.
Okay, thank you. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand that we are all under oath tonight, correct? I swore an oath. All of the people that are speaking and presenting tonight, we're all under oath. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. But lastly, and this is my last thing, I'd like to put on the record, and I think this is really important, I'd like to put on the record the list of organizations that have written letters of opposition to this project, and it's not been completely released to you before, so I'm certain that this is not redundant.
So I'm just going to go through this list very quickly. These are the municipal taxing bodies against North Point, include the Village of Elwood, the Village of Manhattan, Jackson Township, Manhattan Township, Elwood Community Consolidated School District 203, Laraway Community Consolidated School District 70C, Manhattan School District 114, Elwood Fire Protection District. Here's the list of politicians who have said that they are opposed to North Point in various statements. Of course, Larry Walsh Sr., rest in peace, Don Gould, Joe Van Dyne, Amanda Cook, these are Will County board members, Judy Ogala, Rachel Ventura, Larry Walsh Jr., state representative, State Senator Patrick Joyce. Candidates for political office include Brian Giaretta, candidate for mayor of Manhattan, Ron Adamski, candidate for Village of Manhattan trustee, Dan DiCaprio, candidate for Village of Manhattan trustee, Bill Garrett, candidate for Village of Manhattan trustee, also Tricia Moss in Elwood. Organizations against North Point, Stone City VFW Post 2199, that is a Joliet Post. Wilmington VFW Post 5422, Manhattan American Legion Post 0935, New Lenox Harry E. Anderson VFW Post 9545, the Joliet Buffalo Soldier Memorial American Legion Post 241, the Veterans of the Menominee Nation, Cheers to the Warriors non-for-profit, K9 for Veteran Warriors non-for-profit, Operation Care Package, non-for-profit. Veterans Outreach Services of Illinois, non-for-profit. The Will County Sheriff's Department Deputies, Fraternal Order of Police Labor Union, Open Lands, which we've heard from tonight, Sierra Club, which we've heard from tonight, Medea Win Alliance, Mary Baskerville and the Will County Environmental Network, which we've heard from tonight, the Cunningham Neighborhood Council, we've heard from tonight, Preston Heights Neighborhood Council, Ridgeview Subdivision Association, Bishop Stephen Evans and the Leaf of Faith Ministries, Wendell Martin, Senior Pastor of Mount Olivet Missionary Baptist Church in Joliet, the Will County Farm Bureau, and the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District. And newly added to this list is the Alan J. Lynch Congressional Medal of Honor Foundation. That's named after a Congressional Medal of Honor recipient. I think that list is very important. And I think with that, I am going to ask just one last question. Mr. George, why did North Point try to get Elwood's declaratory judgment action dismissed if you were so confident in your contract claim?
I'm not the person to answer.
That's a legal question. No, you probably aren't going to answer that. All right. Well, I think
Thanks,
that's
Aaron.
about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next
Night.
caller.
Yeah, Nikki on the line?
Who do you have? Nikki? Nikki. You there, Nikki?
Yes, I am.
Swear you in, Nikki. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Questions?
I just want to say thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, and I do want to say that I'm very proud of all of our community, friends, family, neighbors, and people who have spoke out today. I do would like to start off, if at all possible, and ask a couple questions before I make my statement to direct them to George.
Go ahead, what's your questions?
I'm reflecting back on some of the notes that I have taken through today, and I wanted to ask a question, and I apologize again if some of these are redundant, and I'll try to make them short because I've had terrible connection and I had a very difficult time hearing a lot of what was going on. It was mentioned earlier in the previous hearings, and I believe Mayor Odekirk had stated it too, and yesterday in the court in court yesterday, where it was stated by, I believe, opposing counsel's attorney that they specifically said no bridge, no project. And that was also, I believe, when I was present at the last, one of the previous meetings, that it was also stated. Is that, in fact, still the case? No bridge, no project? Or am I misunderstanding what was said up through yesterday's brief?
Just the stuff we have written, it says they're gonna be building the bridge.
She's asking if they.
Okay, so in the event that Walter Strawn Bridge is denied, this project cannot go through. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm sure they'll figure out something.
Okay, so then that's not the case. Okay. I'm trying to please, I'm obviously a concerned resident, and it's going to greatly impact many people, as you all know, but I've heard not only from, Mayor Odekirk and the attorney yesterday. I listened to the live call, and it was no bridge, no project. This cannot be done. So I am listening to different, pieces of today's testimony and things that have been stated. And when we say figure out a way, if no alternatives have been made and there are any other...
Figure it out. There's a bridge, that's the point of it. Last time there wasn't a bridge, there is a bridge this time. Mayor says it, I'm not gonna contradict the mayor. It's a bridge. Where it gets built,
it's
I don't know.
YouTube. Yeah. Oh, so you do anticipate having a bridge built somewhere, somehow, and it's the original agreement, which was stated in front of all the people that we were completely packed in that room, that said if there is no bridge, it is a dead deal, basically. And it is on recording, it's on the YouTube, and that is what Mayor Odekirk had said. But that, in fact, has changed from that date to today's date. Is that fair to say?
All right, Nikki, just so you completely understand, both agreements, the bridge requirements are identical. If there is not a bridge built at Walter Strawn in Elwood, then there must be a bridge built someplace else, and nobody's discussed an alternate location for that bridge. But either way, there has to be a bridge to access the park, and that is unchanged from the original agreement.
Understood. In this, so there does have to be a bridge. And is there a time frame, for example, and again, we are all concerned about the surrounding areas in the event that there is no bridge built and the new location isn't decided upon for 5 years. Is there something that there can be no traffic, there can be no production, no traffic, no business in business unless there is ample access to a bridge and to a highway? Is that correct to say? Or?
The bridge is gonna be built, period. What's behind, besides the bridge, what else do you have, Nick?
Okay, sorry. And then I have a question, and this is regards to, and this is, from last meeting to this meeting. Who is the owner of North Point, Eastgate, Center, all of the names collectively? I'm just going to use the word North Point because that's what I originally have been fluent with. Who is the owner of North Point?
I believe it's documented in the packet.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
A lot of LLCs all involved in all this stuff.
Okay. Well, I know that originally and I had in all of my specific notes that they said Nathaniel Hagedorn was the owner, and then it was a local U.S., it was U.S. money, and it was a big concern of all of the residents who did attend the past meeting, and they asked, and they said this is not foreign money. Is that still the testimony of today? I'd like to just ask again, is this still presented to us? Is this local, non-foreign investors, non-foreign owners of North Point?
You want to know if there's people outside the United States of America that are putting this all together?
Well, foreign money. We were asking about that, and that's what specifically said. That was one thing that it was specifically asked, and they said no. This is a local company. It's a local family, the Hagedorn family, and And they said that this is not foreign money.
To my knowledge, there's not, but it is in the packet, all these various names and everything else, but it's not China or Korea that we've been told.
Okay, I mean, I was just looking, and and as you're trying to fight for your family, your health, your community, your everything going on, and I did find something, and I would like to at least make a statement on it, and if you guys would like to look into it, more than encourage you to do so. I found something on sec.gov, and it was Chewy Fulfillment Center. This is the owner of the LLC, Nathaniel Hagedorn, and it's in a mortgage loan, which was the 12th largest mortgage loan. It was evidenced by a promissory note. Nathaniel Hagedorn is a borrowing sponsor. The $29,100,000. Within this agreement, in order for him to have this loan, I could send you the documents. I have, or give you the numbers on all of this. I have no problem doing so. In part, it states that Mr. Hagedorn is responsible for the overall strategy of the company and is principally focused on guiding development, leasing, and management activities for the firm. North Point Development, LLC, has raised over $3.1 billion in capital for various real estate projects, including the purchase of 2,200 acres of undeveloped industrial land with an anticipated future development footprint of approximately 34 million square feet. I think that is that's in relation to our area and what we're talking about here. Now, whether this number was inflated or not, it's concerning to me. 2,200 acres rings about 34 million square feet. They used the word purchased, not purchased, in the loan docs. So, and this right here was dated on 4. I'm sorry?
Is there?
That's our land nationwide.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's referring to the land
This
nationwide.
was dated. I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
I believe you're referring to just statistics for North Point nationwide.
Now, this is April 1st of 2018, and this specifies, this 2,200 acres, and it does indicate that they purchased it. So I was confused and wanted to inquire in why this land that had not been purchased at the time was included in a mortgage, transaction from April of 2018, and he's not the owner, he's a borrower sponsor, which is, what that means, but it's a borrower sponsor. But I'd like you to look into that too. I just feel that we should have all cards face up. I feel that it's fair to you, to us, to the entire community to know and understand what we're dealing with, how it can work, and knowledge is power. And I'm, done with my questions for him, but I just would like to read a little something, if you wouldn't mind. I do want to go on the record stating that I strongly oppose North Point development. I have been a resident of Will County for 42 years. I pay taxes in Joliet. Myself, my brother attended JJC. And I do want to express my deepest sympathy to the people who've been impacted during this pandemic. I'm in disbelief that we're holding a meeting this way. And as I do understand, things do need to be they do need to be taken care of. We can't halt everything, and courts are still open via Zoom. I get that. But listening to the attorney yesterday say it doesn't matter if this goes forward or not, it's not like they're putting, she specifically said it's not like they're putting a bulldozer out there tomorrow, which with that, such relaxed opinion on that, I do believe that this is something that could have waited, given the fact we have so many other things that we have to get through first. And I don't think that this is essential at this time. And I do pray that each of you genuinely acknowledge the magnitude of opposition and litigation, whether from residents of the community, surrounding communities, your neighbors, countless organizations, local taxing bodies, and many residents are definitely afraid and are following Pritzker's recommendations, staying home to flatten the curve. and all the seniors that don't have access to internet, all the immunocompromised individuals, people with underlying medical conditions. And I just want at this time for you to reflect on that what you're getting right now is a small piece of what would be there if we were all able to. I myself would love to be there. I have a fever today. I have 3 autoimmune diseases, and I've had a stem cell transplant. So under any circumstances, I could not physically be in public for you to see my face and for me to look at your face. And I just want you to ask yourself, how would you feel after paying your mortgage for 5, 10, 15 plus years, and your equity would disappear, and there was nothing that you could do about it, especially if that was all you had? And I imagine that you guys would be filled with every emotion that you've heard from all of us, whether happy, sad, frustrated, angry. And there's thousands of people from 3 towns that will have their lives shattered financially. And there's a daily basis, if you had to witness a disregard of trucks barreling past your residence and jeopardizing the safety of you or your children or your health. In exchange, you have a company that's offering a place to ride your bike and take a walk on as an incentive for doubling the traffic of your area, destroying your town, taking away everything that means something to you. I mean, with certainty, I know in my heart that you would be upset too. And I think that you would feel, I know that you would feel helpless and hopeless too. And talking about neighboring towns, and how would you feel if you could just please put yourself in that position? How would you feel if you lived in fear for years and fought this very same company for years to rid them from your town, and just find out that very same company that your town was finally freed from had slid into the pocket of your neighboring town? And this is the same town that strongly denied wanting anything to do. Joliet wanted nothing to do. They denied wanting anything to do with this company. And I bet that if you're listening right now, and if you were in this position, you'd be no different than the callers that have contacted you directly, the countless people that have emailed oppositions, the thousands that have signed petitions. This is not a small deal. This is a huge deal. And we keep hearing that there will be annual tax revenues of, and this is where I focused on, $1.7 million, that only when there's a full build out. And this project is huge. And any area encompassing North Point will no longer be desirable. Center Point, again, we talked about this, it's still not built out, and they've been around for, 20 years. Every single neighborhood that is surrounding this area, their value will plummet. And I'm confident that you're aware of that. It is impossible to have any desire to live next door to an industrial park with the smell of diesel penetrating through your lungs each time you inhale, the 24/7 noise disruption, exposure to reckless truck drivers. And the entire project is spread out in a way that it's spread out where it's going to negatively impact so many residents, and every resident in its path. And if you could take count and just of every home within a mile of North Point's proposal on all sides, north, east, south, west, and add up the property taxes that are paid from all of those homes. If North Point, Eastgate, Logistic, whatever their name is today, if it's approved, all of these properties are going to plummet in value. And then guess what? The reassessment value. And then what? The debt taxes decrease. And it's not difficult to do that math. And I just want everyone to just think about it. At the end of the day, you're left with a company that's giving the town less money per year than what the town will have lost in the property depreciation and the reduced property tax revenue. And I'm really hopeful that you'll think about that. And I do believe that for all of this stuff.
Thank you very much.
Can I finish?
Well, was there anything new you had? Because, I mean, everybody has told us about the property values and all this stuff. Was there anything else that we missed?
Yeah. Well, I think that, and okay, so well then in closing, I'll just let you know that everything that I've said and the notes that I've taken and the questions that have been asked, I feel that it's deceptive at its very least. And I think that, the notes that I took, Tom George, he stated the following, and he did say that he was sworn in. He admitted the project would impact Elwood. He admitted that they would contribute their fair share of money towards Elwood's infrastructure, yet hasn't counted Elwood, and his statement is nowhere in writing. Admitted that this is typical to route 100% traffic or not atypical to route 100% 100% of traffic through another town, yet he couldn't name one example that they have completed in this fashion. He admitted they have not reached out to Manhattan. He admitted that they have been working with Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery with Astound trucks in traffic, yet has not provided any proof of the alleged communication or proposal. He denied to provide exact location of the freight terminal to any of us. Admitted they did not submit a plan for special use permit as required. Admitted he has no knowledge of square footage on this plan. Admitted that just today they would work with farmers and yet never reached out to any farmers or placed anything in writing guaranteeing it. Admitting no environmental study has been done. And admitted that there were turnarounds at every end road, yet none of the residents in the past have personally been notified. And I just wanted to say that I do thank you for all listening to me, and I respectfully ask that you realize that there are so many holes in this, and it is impossible for this not to sink if it is approved. I do ask that you take a moment and acknowledge the innumerable risks, uncertainties that exist, severe health risks for all ages, the disrespect to our veterans, the financial burden on the entire Will County, the insufficient infrastructure, lack of any knowledge of what's being asked to be approved, and the desperate pleadings from all of the people that you are representing. And I thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
We have Christina on the line.
Hello, this is Christina Samet.
Yes, I swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have questions, and actually I'd like to make it clear that my questions are for the petitioner and not for the Plan Commission, so I'd like to get a response from the petitioner who's under oath.
Just ask the questions. What do you got?
Okay, my question is for Tim Sjogren. And I would like to talk a little bit about this traffic study. So, Tim, I'm in possession of a memo that you sent to Tom George on June 23rd, 2017, entitled Elwood International Port Trip Generation Study. And within that study is the traffic data collection and your estimates of the trip generation for the 2,500 acre park that was supposed to be annexed to Elwood. And within it were specific locations of employee entrances, where the tractor trailer traffic was going to come in and out and so forth. And so I would like to actually have you clarify for me what your statements from earlier tonight, where you said that there has been a new traffic study conducted. So we're surprised by this information because it has not been provided to the public under FOIA. And so I'd just like to have clarified that you're saying that since 2017, you've conducted a new traffic study, including data generation for the 1,036 acres plus 103 acres that are on the petition tonight. Not the old park, not the park that was supposed to be in Elwood, but the park that is tonight being discussed by the Plan Commission, these specific acres, these employee entrances, and the situation with the bridge. Did you conduct a new traffic study?
We did conduct a new traffic study for the park that includes the bridge at Walter Strong and the anticipated employee entrances. A draft of that study was completed in April.
I'm sorry, did you say a draft of that study was completed?
That's correct.
Did you provide that draft to the Plan Commission tonight?
I'm not aware of what was provided to the Plan Commission.
So you can't confirm that the traffic studies are provided to the Plan Commission tonight? Okay, well, thank you. That was my question. Okay, so I'm not surprised by that because actually the annexation agreement does not commit you to do that. Contrary to what was stated earlier by a few of the Plan Commission members, which I don't blame them because this is very confusing. Actually, the agreement doesn't require you to submit a traffic study. It specifically says that you aren't obligated to submit a traffic study until you've completed the construction and occupancy of 3 million square feet of buildings. That's actually what's in the agreement tonight. And therefore, that's why you haven't provided a traffic study, because you didn't obligate yourselves to do it. And so just to put it in, excuse me?
No, go ahead.
Just to put it in perspective, what that means. And I really want to point out, actually, on the staff report, page 4, it does say, which this is probably why the Plan Commission members are confused. It says a traffic impact study will be required prior to subdivision approval and will need to be updated at least every 3 million square feet of build out, which is approximately every 3 years. That is not true. Actually, there was no traffic study submitted tonight, and the representative, Tim Sjogren of Kimley-Horn, just confirmed that. Okay, and that the reason why it hasn't been submitted is because they're not obligated to do that. Within the annexation agreement on page 8, it specifically says that they commit only to do this after the first 3 million square feet of warehouse space is completed, constructed, and occupied. And so that is, in fact, actually like 3 times the Amazon warehouse that's on Manhattan Money Road at 57 in Loney. So this is a massive amount of warehouse space. The original Compass Business Park was 34 to 39 million square feet. This is 3 million square feet, like 3 Amazon fulfillment centers that could be built before Kimley-Horn on behalf of North Point would ever even have to conduct a traffic study. So if you ever have the unfortunate experience to drive down Manhattan Money Road, which I drive every single day because I work in Chicago and I live in Manhattan, I experienced shift change at the Amazon warehouse, which is 1 million square feet. It requires police officers at three sides of the intersection in order to get these people in and out during shift change. So this agreement only obligates them after 3 million square feet to actually conduct a traffic study. And so that is actually really absurd. And I really want to emphasize that because it's been misleading the entire night that somehow a traffic study has been done and that this has been provided to the board. It has not been provided to the Plan Commission or Joliet. Otherwise, you guys would be in violation of FOIA. So that just takes me to my final comment, which is really relevant to the zoning. So previous speaker had mentioned the zoning ordinance 47-14.1 classes of industrial districts. So this is just what defines I1, I2, I3, I4, and so forth. So the petitioners applied for I1 light industrial district, which specifically says that it is operated, it does allow warehouses, but they're operated in a clean and quiet manner that do not interfere with any residential neighborhoods surrounding them, which I am one of those people. My property is on the footprint of North Point's proposal. So it's not true that there isn't residential because you're speaking to somebody right now whose house is basically, property is exactly on Compass Business Park. So I-2 is also allowing warehousing, but it is a zoning that is specific when there are external effects such as smoke, odor, dust, unrefined appearance, truck and or rail traffic, which are incompatible with residential uses. So tonight we've heard from Kimley-Horn that no traffic study has been submitted for this park that's on the petition today. We know that there was no additional environmental impact studies done, such as air pollution or water aquifer utilization or wastewater or noise pollution. So how can you decide tonight as a Plan Commission whether this is I1 or I2? How can you determine the zoning tonight? There's no way that you could say this is I1 without those impact studies. There's no way that you can say that tonight. And that's my real resounding comment that this is an incomplete application because they haven't supplied you with the studies that would allow you to determine the zoning, which is the purpose of this hearing tonight. And my final comment this came to my mind from a previous speaker when he said we should set the bar high and ask for the best deal we can get, right? If this is coming eventually, like everybody likes to say. So my question now is actually for Tom George. I've been doing this since 2017 and we all know each other. I read very carefully the annexation agreement in Elwood, which included North Point paying off debt for Elwood and included an extensive, thorough planned unit development. This agreement tonight, that was a 2,500 acre planned unit development. This proposal tonight is a 200 acre planned unit development and whatever else they want to do on the rest of it. Why did we get downgraded, Tom George? Why is it that now we don't get a planned unit development for the whole park?
That was required in Elwood because of their zoning. Joliet has different zoning. They have a very comprehensive I-1. It's appropriate. And there's no reason to have a PUD over the whole park.
So but a PUD would benefit the community. It would make it better for us. It would make everyone feel more confident that the developer's doing everything to minimize the impact to the community. That's the point of a PUD. So we've basically gotten a downgraded deal from what you provided in Elwood because Joliet didn't force you to do it.
The PUD in Elwood had no plans, no details. It had just outline specifications. We don't need that here because Joliet has a very comprehensive code that deals with everything. All we needed to do was provide for the agreement in general, and we provided some upgrades to their code.
I disagree with that entirely because I've actually read the code, and the I-1 zoning is very vague and non-specific, so I disagree with that. But nonetheless, you could make the entire park a planned unit development. Is that correct? You could do it. If you wanted to, you could do it. You're not prevented from doing it. It would be possible to not just do it on that tiny residential area. You could do it for the entire park.
That would have to be something that the city would answer, but there is no reason from our point of view.
Yeah, right. There's no reason from your point of view because it would cost you more money and it would actually be for the community benefit and not for the benefit of North Point. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next caller. Who do we have?
Alejandro on the phone?
Okay. Alejandro? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
You gotta swear you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you gotta swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
You got something new to add?
Yes, part of it is a pretty picture that Mr. George paints all the time about his turnarounds. Turnarounds don't work. Just ask the people of Cedar Creek. Ask the Joliet truck division. The only time they work is once one truck's pulled over, then the rest of them see that and they turn around. Other than that, no police, no turnaround. What I want to know is who's going to pay for the extra police patrols from Will County to be out there on those roads once the shift changes went out? Is Joliet going to take and subsidize the county? Because for some reason, Mr. George thinks that when these people come to work, they're all obeying the speed limits. They're all staying on the main roads. They're not. And if you want to see proof of it, he does too, have him come to my house at shift change. And you'll find out nobody decides they're going to stop. Nobody pays attention to the speed limit. And you can see them coming a half mile away. And before you can walk across the street to get your mail, they're on top of you. Because they figure, and the ones that decided that are going to stop, the others sometimes cut the corner and get into the field to get around them. And yet, we call Joliet, and Mayo or Otica, that's away from them. And the reason he says is because those are unincorporated township roads, but they're coming through part of a Joliet road to get to our unincorporated road. Now, do you think that if that were to happen in Mr. Otica subdivision, that nobody has to stop, nobody has to pay attention to the speed limits, do you think that they say, yeah, bring more traffic on, bring more traffic on? At what point does Joliet, once you annex something, take continuous responsibility and not say, well, the only thing that we took in was that area right there that's part of the city. Anything else, that's not our jurisdiction. But yet you bring it over here and then you step away from it. It's sad to say that I volunteered for the Army at 18 to serve and to protect the country, and to come and find out that we've got people in the city council that this has gone through one time, and when all those people were against it, they didn't care. They decided, let's do it anyway because we're going to be grabbing a couple dollars. Do you think that that's right?
Okay. Any other questions or you have?
But I want answers.
We can't answer for what the city council decides, anybody, only the commission right here. And our thing is whether to zone this property and bring it in.
Well, right, but you know that it goes through you first. And if you okay it, then it goes to the city. And it's just mind-boggling that today is the commission meeting and the 10th is already a pre-council or a pre-annexation. Are they trying to push this through before they set a new city council or what? You know, I get calls from the city, from the city council, some of them say, we're going to have police over there to see what the problem is. And when they come over here and park in the driveway, within 10 minutes, they say, there's something else going on. Bye. You don't see them again. Now, that, at one point, you would think if they wanted to bring something in, that they should have to pay for all the police that they need to monitor traffic problems. But it's no different than Centerpoint. They don't. They don't, and what makes it so bad, and it's going to happen in a lot of those rural roads, the homeowners own the center of the road. So basically, a lot of them are semi-private roads. But your workers don't know that. All they see is, there's a street there, let's take it. Doesn't matter if the speed limit's 35, just open it up to 70 to get to that other part. It's happening around here. It's sad to say that this is the first year that we've had utility poles turned off during the night and the vehicles drive off. But you get some of the emblems where they were Super Duty F-350s to hit them. They had to get tore up and everything, but nobody will live it. We get people driving in the front yard because it's only a 16-foot road total. So
Mr. Gutierrez, I'm sorry, I'm confused. You said you had a question. I'm sorry, I might be missing you, but I don't understand. You said that there was a question, but I didn't hear a question. Can you ask?
Yes, I asked who's going to pay for policing.
Joliet is. Any other questions? If it's our area.
Now, are you saying that they're going to? Now, what I'm trying to find out is when you say that, does it end at your annex property?
If you're in Joliet City, the Joliet Police Department has jurisdiction, just like the Joliet Fire Department has jurisdiction. If you're inside the city limits itself. Any other questions?
Right, but the minute you step out, anytime you step out,
you step out to Crust Hill, it's Crust Hill's job. We step out to Elwood, it's Elwood's job. Yes, you're right. Is there any other questions that are concerning the annexation of this property?
Who's gonna? Yes, we haven't figured out who's going to pay for the traffic control.
Traffic control? I don't know.
Off the city streets, getting to this project, you got 10,000 cars today, they say, on Built Belt. You don't think that they're going to be just taking state and city roads to get there, do you? They're all going to be township and county roads. So who's got the jurisdiction? Will County hasn't got the manpower or the vehicles.
It's a state route, a county route, a city route, and then the law's the law. There's a lot of, Mr. Regis, you could probably talk an hour or two easily on what the laws are for all this jurisdiction, traffic stops and everything. Is there, Mr. Gutierrez, is there any questions?
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm 5 hours of discussing this.
Here I am. Volunteer to go fight for this country, for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for other people. And to have a jurisdiction come in there and say, hey, everybody's against it. We want your money. To the developer, forget about all the other people. You already did that one thing. You tried that already before. Everybody was against it, and Joyce still went ahead and passed it. Now it's come back on the same thing. And I'm afraid what's going to happen is the same thing. I wish you guys would come out here, and there's plenty of parking in my driveway. I can probably accommodate about 15 cars in my driveway. And you can watch this traffic at shift changes, and you can see that, hey, they don't care who you are, and that you're on the center of the road. If you're out there, or if your animals are out there, it's your problem, not mine. And I think that's kind of wrong, because they're coming through a portion of Joliet, and they're coming from a Joliet annex business, and yet Joliet steps away from it. How would you feel if you were out here?
Anything else, sir?
To me, yeah, if you can't police what you bring out here, other than inside that area itself that you annex, then you shouldn't be even bringing it up for consideration. Because it's not up to you, because you don't live there. They paint the pretty picture of all this. Oh, these trucks are going to turn around at the turnaround points. No, they're not. They're going to have the code to get in right through them gates. I think Mr. George knows that. And he knows that those gates aren't going to stop a truck anyway. No, that's all I got to say. Hopefully you listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, is there any more callers left? Any more? Last call, last call.
Last one is Jim.
Your last call is who?
Jim.
Jim, you on the line?
Jim. Hello. Good evening, Joliet Planning Commission.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Gotta swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you got questions? Go ahead.
No, my name is Jim Walsh. I'm supervisor of Manhattan Township.
Okay.
Well, here we are, back together again on a sorry subject that should have never been before us to start with. If it weren't for a monster company that only cares about its stockholders and not a bit about how they affect our total area. I presume it is good for Joliet because it supposedly puts a lot of money in the coffers and not a lot of extra expenses. But what you guys must think about, and I'm sure you do, is that the biggest share of people in Joliet don't even know what is happening except for the South Side Joliet. They know exactly what's happening here. They will greatly feel it. What it will do to your neighborhoods to the south is devastating. That is us, Elwood and Manhattan. We are already overrun with trucks all the time. So that brings us to the point that both North Point and the city say are the advantages of this system. And I know you've been talking about this tonight. They say that it will be a closed loop with a bridge over Route 53, keeping all the trucks in the loop. Then supposedly in the agreement, it says that not a single building permit will be issued without the bridge having been completely built. Therein is the problem. Nobody wants to build a bridge, and even if it were somehow approved, then nobody wants to pay for it. Anyone within the know says to get a bridge built over a divided state highway could take at least 3 to 5 years. And that is if everyone involved goes along with the whole process. And we all know what a deal that is going to be trying to buy property out there near Elwood. So that brings us back to the no bridge, no building permits. How do we hold the city to that? I would say that's extremely hard, actually almost impossible. Then, if there is no bridge built, the result will be, here come all the new warehouses and then the trucks. They will be out on every road in both of our townships, roads that are already overloaded with all the other trucks that are already there. Yes, that creates an almost unbearable situation for all your neighbors to the south, which is Elwood, Joliet, South Joliet, and Manhattan. Of course, you know the townships have no police force, no way to stop the trucks or deter them. And you can't really blame the truck drivers. They're going to do whatever they have to try to do to make a living. The biggest thing that bothers us, I think, is that most all the North Point situations is that 99% of the people that we have spoken to in the last 3 to 4 years say that they do not want this to happen at all. There has never been anyone that I know of that who wanted to hold a meeting and say how great this will be for the Southside Joliet or our townships. Now, the unions are for it, of course. I totally understand that. They have to try and find work for their men and women. I am a proud member of the building trades for over 40 years. Without these unions, we would be nowhere. They are the best. We must keep finding work for them. But here's what I think we should do, is finish building out Center Point where there's plenty of land, and there's a lot of land already zoned and ready to go. Then the building trades still get their work, and we try to keep the congestion over there by the big roads and get the Hobo Bridge built, creating more work for our tradesmen. So I ask you, don't create more chaos and mayhem down here. This is all happening just because some monster-sized company wants to make $1 million and could care less about our people. No way this should happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And being that's the last one, so I guess this is up to the board to have a discussion and motions here. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add?
Chairman, so normally, and I leave it up to you and council, but normally we would respond. And we've been here a long time, and I'd like to let it go, but there were a lot of comments,
Why don't we
statements that I'd like to clarify.
Yeah, you have to talk into the microphone, though.
Go to Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Osterberger, the attorney for the plaintiff, or for the applicant. I leave it up to you, but normally we would respond simply to comments. I'm not interested in adding new evidence, nor am I interested in summarizing what the applicant said. But there were a lot of statements, some of which I think were incorrect. I'd just like to comment on it.
I think we have to let him speak and
Go ahead, Tom.
present.
Okay, so real quickly, statements were made about warehouses bringing traffic. City of Joliet and staff knows the traffic is created from the intermodals, okay? Warehouses don't in and of themselves create traffic. Good planning says you put the warehouses near the intermodals. That's what Elwood did when they built their park around the intermodal. That's what Centerpoint did when the UP went in. You keep the warehouses near. That's what the applicant wants to do. That's one of the major reasons why this is good planning. Staff will only allow a closed loop network so that the trucks, not the other traffic, but the trucks go to the warehouses, to the intermodal, to the highway. I want to, and I point out that Bridgeport and Wilmington is a function of BN. City of Shanahan, Village of Shanahan, passed millions of square feet near the highway as a function of the BN and the UP. So without something close, you're gonna see a shotgun effect, and you're gonna see warehouses continuing to go down 53 like we do now, which is a problem every time it's in front of you guys. In no particular order, I wanna point out, because Julie from the Village of Elwood was here, and there was a lot of talk about the VA cemetery. For many of us who were around in the 90s, federal legislation created the cemetery, created Medewin, and also created, and part of the whole legislation was to create economic opportunity. It mandated the creation by the state of an authority, which was the Joliet Arsenal Development Authority, and hence part of all that and part of the placement of the economic industrial property right next to the cemetery. So to suggest that North Point, who wants to use a roadway that goes by there, is the problem, when Elwood and the federal legislators decided this is how it was going to be laid out, is really unfortunate. Everybody loves our veterans, or at least everybody should. My 93-year-old father died this year. He was in World War II. There's a whole bunch of other wars that unfortunately have happened. They should be taken care of, but this was part of the original plan. The applicant put in evidence which I think shows this is the right place, it's good planning. I want to point out that annexation agreements by statute, as you know, do not have to be property that is immediately contiguous. It provides for these hearings, provides for proper evidence, recommendations to the council decides. That property can then be annexed at any time consistent with that agreement. So to suggest somehow that all of these properties have to stack up and be contiguous would only be true if it was all being asked to be brought in at the same time. In this case, the annexation agreement, which you're voting on recommendation or denial of zoning here, obviously, but in the context of the annexation agreement, this annexation agreement talks about a closed loop, a bridge. And Joliet and the applicant talk about, okay, if Walter Straughn is not the place, we'll look for another place, but nothing until that were to occur. And I think your review of the evidence tonight and your recommendation is based upon the presumption that that annexation agreement is going to be in place. It is a binding contract, and the developer can do nothing except be obligated to comply with those provisions. There was a suggestion that there is evidence missing. No evidence missing. We can get Tim Sjogren testified that a traffic study was done, and then our commenting public indicated that none was done. It was done. People have a right to get it from the city. We all know, and you know as Plan Commission, that staff does all of the reviews and submits the reports, okay? Nothing is being hidden, and I don't like the suggestion. It's all for the public to see. There's a suggestion that there has to be more studies. You look at the project, you look at the appropriateness of zoning, you do preliminary studies, preliminary analysis to make sure it's going to work. Allison has been in touch with the engineer. This project wouldn't be moving forward if they didn't believe that it could be serviced by the utilities. The water analysis that was spoke of by one of the objectors, the engineer on an industrial project looks at what the water needs are for the project and whether they can be supplied, and then the engineering continues. That is a different analysis than whether the city of Joliet is going to get water from a different community and how they're going to get it here. That's a longer term problem, and it's all of our problem. Industrial property uses less water than all the other uses, and you saw that tonight. So to suggest somehow that this project is going to create part of the water problem, Joliet already knows that it is not. I'm going to point out that Joliet has grown all the way into Kendall County, around Shorewood, by Plainfield, around Crest Hill. That's because Joliet continues to grow. As we grow, residential grows, hopefully industrial grows, and commercial grows. The fact that another community doesn't wish to annex and develop that property is not Joliet's fault. And Joliet's going to continue to grow because our population grows. Finally, there was a suggestion about a PUD. The city of Joliet develops in the I-1. The I-1 is your lightest industrial district, which you know. The applicant suggested that they were willing to go into the I-1, even though I suggested that we look at the zoning as Centerpoint did. Centerpoint had a special text amendment for a different type industrial, which allows a lot more. North Point said, no, we're willing to live with the I-1, we're a clean user. Joliet's PUD is not appropriate in this, as your staff knows, that's why they didn't seek a PUD. Elwood zoning classification is different, that's their business. So I just wanted to point out that, you know, some of these things that are said are fine, their comments are certainly well taken, but they're not supported by evidence. We presented evidence and we would seek, we're asking you to recommend approval on this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from any of the commissioners?
If not, I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on.
Before we get to the, so your recommendation is going to be two parts. The first part will be findings of fact. So there's a series of 8 points that I will read into the record. And then is it a voice vote, or would we take a roll call?
Take a roll call.
Okay. So, and then after the findings of fact, then a motion would be in order for your recommendation.
What's your finding of facts then?
So the first one is the community will benefit from the requested use.
The community will what?
Will benefit from the requested use.
I motion to approve.
You can go through all 8 of them and they can make a motion on all of them.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right, the second one is the community has a need for the requested zoning and use. Third, the subject property is suitable for the use requested. The fourth is the requested zoning and proposed use will promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the city of Joliet. Number 5, the requested zoning and use is compatible with existing zoning and use in the area. Number 6, the requested zoning and use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other plans for the area. Number 7, certain parcels zoned many years ago for residential have not developed as zoned. And finally, number 8, the requested action will not adversely impact property values in the area.
Can I ask you a question there, Kendall? This is very unusual. Why do we need to go through these facts for this particular case?
Yeah, I think that was part of the discussion with the legalities of how the process happened before.
Okay.
So.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah.
I motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Cox?
Aye.
Mr. Crompton?
Aye.
Ms. Fiding?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Rusnellis?
Aye.
Mr. Caparelli?
Aye.
Mr. Dillon?
Aye.
Okay, now a motion would be in order for A.
Annexation of A-8-20, Z-6-20.
Why don't we do one each, one at a time?
The motion is to approve the zoning and use of the subject parcels as indicated in the annexation agreement and send it to the council for approval.
As indicated right here on this computer that we've been reading. This is the agreement, right, inside all this, right?
Is this all 3? A8, Z6, Z7? This is the package. We're voting just on one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
Second.
To accept, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Roll call?
Mr. Crompton?
Aye.
Ms. Fiding?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Rusnellis?
Aye.
Mr. Caparelli?
Aye.
Mr. Cox? Mr. Dillon?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, staff has no old or new business, not for final action or recommendation. We'll move on to public comments regarding non-agenda items. There was no one that signed up to speak. However, if there is anyone present for public comments for non-agenda items,
Nope.
I think he just went to check.
yeah.
No.
Okay, we have none. A motion would be in order for adjournment.
Motion for adjournment.
I motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank
I
you.
hope this wasn't your last day on the job. Nobody said in Joliet spends this